All right, starting up in a second, chat. All right, I just had to free up like entire gigabytes of space. Alrighty, hello, hello. Sorry to keep y'all waiting. We have so very much to talk about today. So very much. But I'm actually really excited. I'm excited for all the cool stuff that we got to yip, yap, and yammer on. So, chat, as you may know, we're going to be doing a self-imposed Final Fantasy set deck build challenge thing. Um, no one is putting this challenge on me, save for myself, simply because I want to do it. Simply because I believe I have the power. Simply because I have the ability to try my hardest, and therefore I am going to try my hardest. That's just kind of what it comes down to. And as always, your support on figuring out like good ideas to come up with these decks is always just like the best thing in the world. So, always just want to say thank you for what you do. And the best thing you do is just give just cards to go over, right? Because like for example, we went over this. We built Cloud before, right? Or at least like before the set itself came out, we tried to put Cloud together, right? And it was like fine. This was before we saw literally any cards from the Final Fantasy set other than the front facing commander, right? So, that was like, we threw something together just for the sake of content. It's like, hey, Bureau Headmaster probably wants to go in whatever Cloud wants to do. And it turns out probably still wants to be there in the first place, but there were new cards that also came out in the Final Fantasy set that makes Cloud just like a little bit more palatable as well. So there's a lot that we put in here that just doesn't end up being in the main deck, but it gave us a lot of good ideas. And chat, you're very, 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 very helpful in giving me those good ideas. Give me that good, as they say. So I think we're good to just start because I've been like messing around with this all night and all day, and I think I'm good to just dive right on into it. And just preparation be darned. We're just gonna go right on in. Just want to do a quick thing, make sure that is linked to that. Okay, cool. And then if I do this button here, this happens. Cool. Gonna change this really fast. Fade. All right, and then I do that button. I do this. Cool. Cool. And you can't see it yet, but it's gonna be really, really freaking neat. All right. Coolio. Oop. Perfect. Okay. Everything's good. And then I click this button to go back. And everything goes back swimmingly. Oh, this is so awesome. Oh, this is so cool. I'm super hyped. Chat, you know me. I love pressing buttons and making the stuff do the thing. All right, so let's talk about our first commander here, chat. Let us actually start this up and talk about our first commander. We went through every single commander that we want to go through. I have a handy dandy list here. Yesterday we talked about every commander card that was like kind of viable and kind of not viable that we really wanted to make a deck around. And well, suffice it to say, it was a little difficult, not gonna lie. Zoop. Because some of these commanders are like the mono blue Go-Go. I don't want to touch, right? I don't want to have anything to do with, because there's just like, it's just too good at the end of the day. It's just kind of too good of a card. I didn't even really want to go over him. And for Final Fantasy 1, as you see, we have Gurland, Knight of Cornelia right here. Gurland, kind of a cool guy, just like red black pseudo reanimator. This is gonna be a good start to see if we can kind of come up with anything like super particularly good about him, just to try to put a deck together. But as always, chat, as we like to do here, I'm going to use the cards that you suggest, the ones that you throw at me, help me develop a plan. And we're going to have 3 topics, right? We're going to have 3 topics. And kind of see one of them right here. So, for example, Moogle typo, right? Or I should say for this guy, a good example of, once we break the card down, probably just like Rakdos Reanimator, right? Rakdos Reanimator is like a pretty decent topic in a Garland deck to go over. And more or less for every single card, I think there's about 3 things to talk about, right? There's going to be 3 different ways that we can break down this commander and turn the commander into something actually pretty interesting, pretty unique, as it were. We do this for the deck builds normally. I just have a new format for doing it. It's all nice. It looks really cool, really spiffy here. So, chat, let's dive into Gurland. He's gonna be real boring, I think, but hey, this is what we chose to do. So, hey, Trash Lad, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate that, bud. Thank you so much. Trash Lad, super cool of you. How did deck building go yesterday? I had driver's ed to get lower insurance. Hey, I hope that you got that lower insurance, bud, because like lowering your insurance by freaking any amount saves you so much money per month. So I hope that you nailed it. And hey, congrats on doing what you need to do. And how it went yesterday, we basically went through every commander. I wrote them down here. We went, Jitsu and I and chat went through every commander that we're going to go through for Final Fantasy 1 through 16. And we found at least one. There's a couple of these that have 2 commanders in here, but we found at least 1 commander per Final Fantasy that we actually want to build around. It's gonna be, we got some stinkers. But Garland. In chat, if you're able to give me the lore on any of these characters, that's always definitely appreciated. But Garland, let's read this card's ability, right? So, starting off with Garland, Knight of Cornelia. Red and a black for a 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1. And then you can pay 3 black and red to return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed and activate only as a sorcery. Now, let's look. God, this card is. Oh boy. Alright, yeah, this is our first flip card. A lot of our commanders are actually going to be flip cards, which is going to be just a little interesting here. Having a flip commander isn't really different from having a regular commander. The only thing that's different is that this guy can flip over and the power and toughness will be whatever it is on the backside. It's still your commander. It still does commander damage just as it did before, and it's the same commander, so you don't have to like restart your commander attacks or anything weird like that, right? We don't have to do something like that. So the backside is Chaos the Endless. Chaos the Endless is a 5/5 legendary creature demon with flying. When Chaos dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. Garland comes with the big bad. Gurland becomes the big bad of the whole series, the god of chaos. He is literally chaos, right? This is from the game where the guy is going around like literally going like chaos, right? Is that him? Okay. So Chaos the Endless, apparently the actual big bad of the entire series. And the backside, okay, a 5/5 that swings and deals damage, and I guess that's like something. I don't particularly find that ability too interesting, but maybe we do. Maybe we can find something to do with them. This is more just like an intro to us trying to build even with sticks and stones here. But, maybe the fact that he is the introduction to chaos as a whole, we can try to find something really cool to do with him. Made a nice amount of black Voltron was zealous. Oh, hey, we talked about Gavels yesterday just a little bit. He can't get got with that Cyberman card that flips him. Nice. Oh, that's true. All right, so Chaos the Endless, 5/5 demon. When he dies, put him at the bottom of its owner's library. I don't think that we ever necessarily want that. We could look at some like bottom of library type stuff to like maybe Grenzo or something like that to really talk about him, but the backside is just bad version of Balrog from the Lord of the Rings set. True, Kane, true. Which means that he's just kind of bad. Hey, Mia Bite, thank you very much for being here. I'd love to hear about the lore. Pulled some cool stuff today. I want to hear all about it after we do this deck review. After this. Okay, but I do want to hear about it. So, and especially Mia Bite, if you know any of the lore for these goobers here, I'd certainly like to know. So, alright, Chaos the Endless. I think the theme of him that we'd like to mess around with, once we kind of like really look at him, is going to be... What's one thing here? Like, oh, let's look also the like the front card version of him, because I think the front card version of him is where most of the actual like, you know, coolness is gonna happen. So looking at Garland, Knight of Cornelia, a 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1. Pay 7. Return this card from your grave to the battlefield transformed. I mean, it's like Voltron. It's like Rakdos Voltron. Is that like a? Is that fair? Is it fair to say that this guy's Rakdos Voltron? Is it fair to say that this guy's just Rakdos Voltron at the end of the day? Because like he gets to turn into a 5/5 demon. We could do a little bit of demon typal. Casting non-creature spells Surveil 1. We don't even really care about that part necessarily, right? Like, it is cool to have DFC, right? Or DRC, Dragon Rage Channeler is there, and then... But we don't even need cards in our graveyard to return him from the graveyard to the battlefield, right? It doesn't say, like, pay 7 mana and exile cards and do the thing. It just says do the thing, right? So... Rakdos Voltron, I think, is, like, a fair theme. Can you help me think of any cards that were, like, really, really matters? Including cards from the new Final Fantasy set itself, too. Like... Let's go for Dragon Rage Channeler just to begin with. You know, she's probably one of the cards that we want in here. I think DRC is pretty straightforward build here. Hey Gremlin, how are you doing? DRC for like the non-creature spells, Voltron. What does red-black Voltron look like? Probably just like black enchantments that make him bigger, but he only comes back from the graveyard to the battlefield, transformed as a demon. Probably... Swords of X and Y. You know what? Honestly, and there is some mono red equip at instant speed. This one stumped me when he was yeah, commander plates. Oh, true. Yeah, so equipment, right? Like equipment we can go for. So what are some of the good equipment here? We have Sword of say, I mean Excalibur, right? Oh, bro, we could do Excalibur, like, this guy literally just costs 2 mana. Like, it's not even a fun Excalibur. It's not even a fun Excalibur, but artifacts are non-creature spells, and it does allow us to surveil. Sword of Feast and Famine, right? Sword of Feast and Famine is pretty fair. Hearth and Home, you know, I mean, we don't really want to flicker him like at all, but I mean, we do get to do that, I guess. Do we want sort of the Animus in a deck like his? Yeah, Ruban. Yeah, Bull of Migo. So let's go over to our side view here. So like we have, yeah, Excalibur, right? Like Excalibur is a decent start to what we're trying to do. giving our commander plus X equal to a creatable amount would be like just a good start. Sword of Feast and Famine allows us to untap all like 7 mana that we just got finished tapping. You know, that's pretty good. Alamigo. Which one? Oh, yeah. Ruban. Ruban is a good call. Oh, yeah, Sword of Feast and Famine here. Sorry that that's small. Hearth and Home. What's this one? Raban is pretty good for being able to equip at instant speed. Are there more? There's a lot of red cards that allow us to equip at instant speed, right? So like Swift. There's like a straight up red card that's just like equip everything to a creature you control. Is it just straight up Theft or something? Magnetic Theft. Oh, it's attached target equipment to target creature. That's not bad. You don't want swords with the proc red, maybe then? That's true. That's true. Right, yeah, because like black spells we probably don't really need to target our commander with, but red is definitely, like giving haste and everything like that is going to be really important. Garland is the main boss guy for Final Fantasy 1. Okay, and apparently maybe like the whole series, right? He is also Chaos. Yeah. Yeah. So we don't want it. We want to avoid mono red, like the swords that are blocking red, which I think is pretty fair. Sword of Light and Shadow. You know, if we are going to do a little bit of surveilling, we do get to take some of those cards and bring it back to our hands and gain a little bit of life. Oh, and you know what? You know what? Is this actually a deck where we can play Once in Future? Like, as wacky as that sounds, can we actually play Once in Future here? Because we surveilled 2, and our commander's already surveilling, so we're going to do some graveyard stuff. But when we deal damage, we can cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 2 or less for free. We actually get to do that. And there might actually be some more artifacts that let us, like, recast spells from our graveyard, right? Like, there's actually going to be quite a couple cards that let us do that, I think, right? I think that's actually pretty freaking fair. Let's go over really quickly to the deck crafting deck here. So just new deck, Garland, FF1, Garland. Pretty much like as we add, after we like find 6 cards to add, I want to just kind of put all of them in, right? So Sword of Feast and Famine, Sword of Hearth and Home, Sword of Light and Shadow. What else did we mention? Raban. What do you look like again? Spell his name. Oh my god. What? What trash? And Jack? Wait, what? Wait, say Jack again? Which one? There we go. Raban, Bull of Amigo. What else was there? Oh yeah, Sword of the black-white, or blue-black one. Sword of... let me find that one again. That was Sword of Once in Future, that's right. Once and Future. So Sword of Once in Future, I think, is actually pretty good here. And then Excalibur. Oh my god. The oh my god was forgetting to use Once in Future. I know, right? Like, we actually get to use Once in Future. Excalibur 2? That's a life gain thing, right? We're not really doing that. Yeah, we actually get to use Once in Future. That's kind of wacky, right? Kind of absolutely wacky. But here we are. All right. So then back to these options. So I think that's pretty good for how we want the Voltron aspect to go. What else can we put in here? Because I think the Voltron aspect is still... I think there's, like, some more cards that we can put into Rakdos Voltron. We probably need, like, Unblockable or something. What spells give us Rakdos Voltron, right? Like, instants and sorceries that say, go ahead and, like, get plus 2-0 or something. Maybe some gold things. Yeah, we probably do need some gold in order to, like, not die or something like that. Like, in order to maybe, like, not get murdered by people when we start making them have a bad time. It's probably a good idea. But gold is kind of like its own mechanic. Us ourselves are not really doing a lot of gold. But I think that we can find some buff spells. Probably, I mean, like, Expedite can work. Like, Expedite's pretty good. Expedite would be a pretty good card in this situation, right? Because, like, it gives us haste, and it allows us to draw a card, right? So, like, Expedite. Now our commander can kind of start getting in, surveil, and draw a card, which is actually going to be pretty sweet when you think about it. Crimson Wisps is the same sort of spell. Cranial Ram. Ooh, hold on. Cranial Ram. That sounds... Ooh, wait. Hold... Yeah, Cranial Ram. Oh! Wow, we can actually use Cranial Ram. Oh my god, we can actually use Cranial Ram. That's intense. That's actually pretty sick. We can actually use Cranial Ram. And plating? Oh, yeah. Commander's Plate, right? Commander's Plate, yeah. Yeah, we can 100% use Commander's Plate in this deck. For sure. Yeah, plating is also... Plate or plating? You mean like Commander's Plate? Yeah, for sure. For sure. Cranial Plating is pretty wild. Cranial Plating is instant equip for a 2-black. Yeah, right? Like, for sure. Absolutely. And so it gives +3/+3, which is really nice. There's got to be some mono red, like, equip everything that's on the battlefield, right? Like, mono red, like, equip spells. What? Oh, sorry, not mono red, red and black, but, like, are there red-black commanders that mess around with equipment? I'm trying to think. Not really. Equipment's not really, like, a thing for red-black. Is there at least, like, red-black Voltron? Is there, like, a red-black Voltron commander we can think of? Cranial Plating is... Yeah. Red-black Voltron. There are 2 cards, Cranial Plating, which is just artifact that does the same thing. Cranial Ram, which is brought to this game in MH3. Oh, Cranial Plate. Right, Cranial Plate. My bad, I was misunderstanding. Cranial Plating. Right. Yep. Super true. Super true. Cranial Plating. Pretty good. That's right. Yep, I was definitely getting those 2 confused. Can't think of like a red-black Voltron commander. Not really. Like, not even Rakdos necessarily wants to be Voltron, because Rakdos just dealing 6 to you is, like, already enough to do a lot of good work, so... Flame Warbash Veteran is Artifact Sacrifice. What? Flame Warbash. Oh! Flame Warbash Veteran. Yeah, the freaking... Oh, okay. That is Voltron when you think about it. That is Voltron when you think about it. Okay. I just saw this and I can't stick around, unfortunately. Will we be able to rewatch this? Yes, Wise Max. The stream goes live on YouTube and YouTube. YouTube and Twitch as soon as it's done. So yes, find me on those channels and you'll be able to find the stream. Grab a deck list. Yeah, the deck list will also be posted in the Discord as well. Can't type today. Yeah, Flame Brash is pretty good. Yeah, Flame War, that's right. That's pretty Voltron. Oh, Dragonfire Blade's not really... Oh, Corey Steelcutter. Oh, Corey Steelcutter, actually. Wait a minute, Corey Steelcutter, like, works along with this. Corey... I think that's more on, like, the... Less on the Voltron aspect and more on just, like, the spell casting aspect, right? Like, I think it's a little bit more in that regard. There's a lot that we can do. Is there... Oh, Lizard Blades. Lizard Blades. Oop. Lizard Blades is good here as well. Give us Double Strike. Rakdos for life? Hell yeah, bud. Glad you enjoyed. Because that allows us to have non-creature spells that are on the battlefield, so we're not dying to, like, just one person saying, like, everyone sacrifice a card. But we also get to, like, give our commander, Death Touch, which is pretty cool, I gotta say. Pretty freaking cool. And then, probably something like Kediss, right? We do need something like Kediss to make our commander kind of hit for a lot harder on multiple people, you know? And then, so, finishing off with the Rakdos Voltron plan, going back to our deck list here. Expedite. Expedite helps here. What else we had? Cranial Plate. Or Plating. Cranial... What's the other one? Ram. Commander's Plate. Lizard Blades. And Lizard Blades and Kediss. And Kediss, Emberclaw Familiar, right? So, like, I mean, like, these cards make sense, considering who our commander is and what we're trying to do. Double Strike to make our commander as a demon hit harder. We do need some sacrifice outlets, right? Is there, like, some more stuff that we can do from the graveyard? Since we're going to be, since we're going to be putting things directly into the graveyard so often. Let's see if we can try to find some. Swiftfoot, yeah. Let's do, yeah, we do need protection, yeah. So, Swift, Foot... We need the Swiftfoot Boots, Lightning, not Greaves, because that gives us Shroud, and that's not what we want. What's the Haste and Ward one? What's that one? What's the Haste and Ward one? Lava Spur, yep. Oh gosh, and Lava Spur. Lava Spur Boots. Okay. Yeah, Lava Spur Boots. +1. Oh, Haste Ward 1. Swiftfoot Boots. Yep. Greaves. We don't want Greaves, because Greaves gives us Shroud. Lightning Greaves gives us Shroud, which means that we can't target our commander with equip abilities, with protection spells, nothing. We can't do that, and that's not what we want. That is not what we want. Champion's Helm? We could do that, yeah. Champion's Helm. Yep. Champion's Helm's pretty cool. Oh, and the the Final Fantasy one for sure. Yeah, Legendary Hexproof. Yeah, really, really good here. Now, we want to find a way to put these equipment on our commander. I want to find some more mono red cards like Raban, Bull of Almigo. I want to find more cards like that. So, if we kind of reset all of these... Oh my gosh, what a beautiful sequence that was. So, resetting that, what other, I want equipment, like, things that equip really fast for our commander. Things that equip good. Give me good equip. Alright. Another one. Reaver Cleaver? Ooh! Okay, yeah, so mono red equipment. So if we're going to kind of dive back into this, mono red equipment, right? So, or mono red like equipment kindred specifically, right? Or I keep saying mono red. We could just do Rakdos. I just know that most of them are in mono red, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, Reaver Cleaver is good. Reaver Cleaver is a good one here. So if we go to Reaver Cleaver, Reaver Cleaver is a really, really good one. Reaver Cleaver is really good. What else do we have here? Inspiring Statuary for casting. Oh, yeah. Inspiring. And the thing is, Inspiring Statuary, non-artifact spells have Improvise. I mean, we have red artifacts, so that means that they'll... Well, no, they can't do it for the colors. It has to be for the colorless part. But that's still going to be pretty good for us being able to cast these things. Inspiring Statuary, pretty good there. What else? Reaver Cleaver. Red equipment. Look at like mono red equipment commanders and try to find some cards from there in that regard. I think he, like, again, like, this is just the first commander that we're looking at. I think it's just like really straightforward at the end of the day, right? Like, that's just kind of how he be, but we can find some good some mono red good stuff. Equipment. Actually, just Voltron in general. Oh, Buster Sword. Right, I mean, like, oh, Genji Glove, Buster Sword. Wrecking Ball Arm. Ooh, Beamtown Beat Stick is a pretty good equipment that we can put in here. A tier and Parwin for finisher. Oh my gosh, yeah. A tier and Parwin. Where X is your life total. I mean, we are in Rakdos. We're not going to be gaining life, but honestly, because our commander's doing so little, we're probably not losing a lot of life either, if we're being honest with ourselves. We're going to be like, what? Little old me? You really want to hurt me of all people? And they'll be like, yeah, okay, fine. We'll leave you alone. And then we go, ha ha ha, fool. Ooh, Jessica. Jessica Thrice Reborn is pretty good, too. Shadow Spear. Oh, yeah. Oh, Hammer. Hammer of Nazan. That's a good one. Hammer of Nazan is the stuff that we need here. Hammer of Nazan. Yeah, Hammer of Nazan is the thing that is going to allow us to equip at instant speed, even though this is like a colorless card, right? Like, that's actually what we need here. Hammer of Nazan is that equipment type that we're looking for. He's such a... This guy's basic, but we're going to get him there. And... Let's see. Other things that allow us to equip it. Oh, Brass Squire. Brass Squire is something like kind of akin to what I'm looking for, right? Where like it just allows us to equip at instant speed. Brass Squire definitely kind of fits this mold here. I was just kind of looking for more in like mono red, you know? But mono red or red black just isn't really... I think, you know what? Instead of actually finding things that equip our cards for free, because like that's going to be just like in colorless, Mjolnir, Leyline Axe is good. This is true. Yeah, Leyline Axe is actually going to go super hard here. Oh, yeah, Rook, Hexgold, Nabber, and then some Ashnod's Altar stuff to put everything on him. Yeah. Yeah, Rook, right? Ruuk. That's that, yeah. I mean, yeah. Ruuk is, kind of there. I actually think Ruuk's a little bit more on the bar than, like, Inspiring Statuary. Yeah. I think Ruuk kind of fits in this mold here. Alright, so then, going back to the deck screen here, let me add these cards that we were just talking about. So we have Rook. Rook, Hexgold Nabber. This guy right here. Reaver Cleaver. Reaver Cleaver? Huh? Reaver Cleaver. The Reaver Cleaver, thank you very much. Don't get it twisted. It's the Reaver Cleaver. Aggravated assault and extra combat. True! The spear from Assassin's Creed is not a red equipment. Wait, no, it is. It's like the spear of Leonidas or something? Mask of Griselbrand. Oh, yeah. Oh, Mask of Griselbrand is flying and lifelink. Whenever a creature dies, you may pay X life. Oh! Okay. Mask of Griselbrand from TikTok. That's actually a really good one. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Beam Town Beatstick. Tenza, Godo's Maul will give him trample. Tenzo, right? Or is it Tenza? Tenza, Godo's Maul. Yep. Legendary creature gets +1/+1 as long as it's legendary. 2/2 red and has trample. Yep, we like that. We like that. Brass Squire. Brass Squire, so we can get. Is it not Brass Squire? It is Brass Squire. Oh, did I add that already? Nope, Brass Squire. Equip immediately. Hammer of Nazan. Plus Godo. 2 red Elikos activate. Embercleave, we had oh wait, Embercleave. Oh my god. Well, you know, we will actually have some other creatures attacking, you know. Hammer of Nazan and Embercleave. Yeah, we could put Embercleave in here for sure. Embercleave, Hammer of Nazan. Yeah. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Okay, so this is a pretty decent amount of artifacts. Now, if we can find something a little bit more to do with the whole surveil part, right? Like, I think that there's more that we can find with the surveil sort of mechanic, you know? I think that there's more that we can find here to kind of do a little bit more with him. Eye of Duskmantle. When you may play lands. Oh, surveil type. Duh. Oh my god, chat. Duh. Surveil type. Yeah, like such a. Oh my god, such a good call. Such a good call, chat. Such a good call. Yep. Yeah, let's. Surveil type. That's actually really good. Yeah, surveil type was a pretty good one here. Surveil type. Oh, and I spelled surveil wrong. Surveil. Alright, surveil type I think is a pretty good start here. So let's get some surveil typo cards, right? Nice night for a stream? Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Anger. Yep. Birgi, God of Storytelling, is a good creature to have for casting spells and getting 1 red mana back. Yep. So Eye of Duskmantle, I like this here, right? You may play lands and cast spells from among your cards in your graveyard if you surveilled this turn. If you cast a spell this way, you may pay life equal to the mana cost rather than... Yeah, like, this is sweet. Eye of Duskmantle can actually just turn our deck from, like... You know, once we get up to 7 mana... I mean, we already have to get 7 mana to make our commander, like, flip. But we can, like, end up going real sicko mode here with Eye of Duskmantle. And surveil type here. Alright, let's see. What else? Anger. Anger's good because it's in the graveyard. Yep. To give us haste. What else? Rise of the Dark Realms or Living Death. You know, we could... Especially Living Death would bring back our equipment creatures. Our resculpt things. Equipment creatures will come back with Living Death. Yep. Living Death. And this also means that we don't really need to play like self-mill cards, you know what I mean? Like self-mill cards don't really need to go in the deck itself. Reconfigured, that's the keyword. Thank you. Yep. Surveil. I'm on Scryfall looking at surveil cards, and then just kind of like surveil ID, Rakdos, and sorted by EDH. Renko and Torbrand? Yes, that's not for surveil. Well, that is a good creature to put in here though. But for right now, we're just looking at like directly like other surveil type here. What about overpowering attack? That is a good spell in the graveyard. That's also gonna keep that in mind. We're gonna find some buff spells to put in here that have flashback. But yeah, like obviously like DRC, just like in general, you know, that's like surveil type. Madness goes at toe and toe. Yeah. No. Surveil is straight from graveyard, straight from deck to graveyard. So Madness does not work in here. Madness does not work in this kind of format here. Yeah. Let's see. It's not a bus fail if another extra combat in your commander assassin or assassin spell. Yes, that's also true. The overpowering attack will be really good. Fairy Dreamer, whenever I'm trying to think like whenever you surveil, do something. Like what other cards say like when we surveil whenever one more creature cards are put into your graveyard from your library, investigate? We don't ever really want to investigate. That's pretty lame. Sir Conrad the Grim, good for graveyard stuff. Well, we're not going to have a lot. Oh, no. Conrad cares about cards. No, Conrad cares about creatures. Conrad cares about creatures, correct me if I'm wrong, but he cares about creatures, and this is not a creature-heavy deck. This is not necessarily like a creature-heavy sort of thing. Doom Whisperer, our commander by himself can... Honestly, like, we don't even really need DRC. Our commander by himself costs 2 and says every time we cast a non-creature spell, we surveil. We don't even necessarily need multiple things that say to surveil, but we want things that reward us when we surveil because our commander is a guarantee of surveilling, right? So that we're not looking for other cards with surveil, but things that say, hey, did you surveil? Did something go from your graveyard to the battlefield? Awesome, do something extra. Like, oh, Whispering Snitch. Yeah, dude. Ooh, yeah, I'm actually going to take out DRC. Whispering Snitch. Look at this, dude. 2 mana, 1/3. When you surveil for the first time each turn, Whispering Snitch deals 1 damage to each opponent, you gain 1 life. That's huge. Twilight Prophet? Oh, because, like, we know that the top card is going to be, like, a big spell. I don't think the spells in this deck are going to be that big, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Twilight Prophet necessarily works here. Just, you know, just like in general. Oh! Oh my god. Have you seen... Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? Have you seen this card? Have you seen Fan Daniel? Telefori Asian? A 4/5, whenever you cast an instant sorcery, surveil 1. And I know I just said that our commander lets us surveil. That part's fine, whatever. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. Each opponent who doesn't loses 2 life for each instant or sorcery card in your graveyard. We're gonna have a lot of instant sorceries in our graveyard, probably. That's huge. What a goofy card that is. Wow. What an incredibly goofy card this is. What other cards reward us for surveilling? Other than having flashback, like what other cards like it when we surveil? It's hard to kind of find the text for that, right? Like, when you surveil, do X. Maybe that's what I want to look for. Final Fantasy 14 spoiler? Yeah, he's from the Commander Precon. Whenever you attack, surveil. When this creature attacks, you may surveil. If I had to avoid spoiler season, especially because I wasn't at the point where you... Oh, you know. It's fine. Copy it twice. Whenever you surveil... Oh, wow. There's actually not... You know what? Actually, there's only like 61 cards that actually say surveil on them in Rakdos, which is actually kind of funny. Okay. Yeah. Most surveil triggers are in blue-black, in all fairness, which I guess is pretty on point. There is Unshakable Tail whenever you do the surveil thing, you investigate, but like I literally don't even think that we want to do that. I don't even think we want that. Okay. So now I think like this I want one more card that's surveil typal. Looking for the black cards in Dimir Surveil and Commanders? Yeah. I want one more surveil typal card before we go on, because I feel like there's like 6 sorts of things that can kind of go for any deck. Nothing lets you draw when you surveil, right? No, I don't think so. Makes sense. Yeah. You get it. You get it. Surveil. If it's a power. Ooh, that's good. Let's want one more card that cares. You know what? There is actually... this is not necessarily surveil typal, per se, but there is a card that does care when we leave a good card on top, right? Like, we surveil until we get to a point. And we can... This is like a little bit of a Snarling Gorehound. That's only when creatures that are power 2 or less come into play. We get to surveil, but again, like, our commander surveils forever. Here's like Metamorphosis Fanatic, right? This is a card where it's like we keep on surveilling, and then we go like, okay, this card on the top is fine. And then we get to cast this for Miracle, 2 less, or, for 2 mana, and then we bring a card from our graveyard to the battlefield with a lifelink counter on it, right? Like, it's not specifically surveil typal, but it works very, very well with surveil. I think this is like a pretty straightforward card. Alright, so now let's add these to the pile. Let's add this to the Moxfield screen here. Moxfield deck, we have Duskmantle. Eye of Duskmantle's really good. Eye of Duskmantle, Anger, pretty good in our graveyard, because we have haste. Living Death. What's the snitch card here that we have? Oh, Fan Daniel. What a where'd he go? This card is wild. This card is busted. Metamorphosis Fanatic, and I forgot that snitch card. Whispering Fanatic, I think it's called. He's a Weasley Bassett in game? Yeah, that sounds about right. Whispering. I know, that's not his name. What's this guy's name? It's, oh, Whispering Snitch. There it is, yeah. Whispering Snitch. And we're going to be doing this a lot. Okay, so this is like 30 cards that kind of help us with the Voltron package here, right? Like, we have Voltron right here. I think this is pretty straightforward. We have, a sorcery that can kind of make us get stuff back. A little bit of haste in here. A couple of creatures that really like it when you surveil. and all this cool stuff. Now, I want to put in a couple more non permanent, like a sorcery speed card, instants of sorceries that either have flashbacks so we can cast them from the graveyard, or it helps us cast a lot of spells. Because, like, our commander only costs 2 mana, but there's a lot that we can end up doing with a commander that starts, like, surveilling really, really quickly. And I think the best thing that we can do in that regard is to do what's the red mana burst? I'm like blanking on red mana ramp for the turn. Rituals. Oh my gosh, rituals. Yeah, I think we should look at the ritual kind of like things that we can do with Rakdos, because that's how we're going to cast a bunch of spells, surveil a lot, and then have our ability to cast from the graveyard if it has flashback, put artifacts into play, and then equip to our commander. Or just be able to flip our commander onto the backside and start swinging in. Mana Geyser, right? Exactly. You're getting it. You are completely getting it. So, topic, we want to find Rakdos rituals. Rakdos rituals. Alright, so, in the realm of Rakdos rituals, where are we going to go? Woo! Rakdos rituals. Let's find us some cards, chat. Rakdos rituals. We have Pyretic Ritual, right? Well, you already said one, right? So, Mana Geyser. Mana Geyser. Mana Geyser. This one costs 5. It's not like not the first one, but like we literally get to go from the beginning. Burnt Offering. Sacrifice a creature, and that's costing. When our commander is a 2-drop, no matter what side he's on, Burnt Off, and because it's still kind of like a Voltron deck at the end of the day, I'm not necessarily feeling Burnt Offering. But it is kind of close. Dark Ritual. Actually, I want to have Dark Ritual as the kind of quintessential card here. Dark Ritual is card number 1. Dark Ritual, Pyretic. Actually, it's fine. I just type in Ritual. Cabal Ritual. 7 more cards in your graveyard for the threshold? Yeah, that's gonna be pretty easy. Pyretic Ritual. That's gonna be pretty good. Desperate Ritual. Splice into Arcane is pretty neat. Like, literally, all of these ritual cards are going to be non-creature spells that allow us to surveil, put anything we want into our graveyard. If we mix it in a little bit with, like, some, like, expedite and things like that allow us to draw a card and everything like that, we'll be able to kind of keep on going. Yeah, those are, like, the top rituals in black and red. What else do we have? Runaways. Oh, that's so true! Runaway Steamkin. That's going to be real strong in this deck. Yeah. Oh, not Anger. We didn't actually fill one for that. Runaway Steamkin is going to be really, really strong. Burgi. Also, Burgi. I heard someone say. Burgi Goddess Storytelling is also really powerful here. Yeah. Runaway Steamkin, Mana Geyser, Burgi, Cabal Ritual, Dark Ritual, Pyretic Ritual. All of these are really, really cool cards that allow us, again, to just keep on going. Burgi's a little bit better here than, say, Urabrask, per se, because that's going to be, like, just too slow. But Burgi, just, like, every single spell cast, even if it's a colorless spell, like just an equipment, that's going to allow us to keep on going. Braid of Fire, yep. So then let's go over to Moxfield View. Braid of Fire is a good one. Braid of Fire. I had Dark Ritual, Burgi. Bergie got a storytelling. We got Cabal Ritual. Cabal Ritual, Pyretic Ritual. Pyretic Ritual, Runaway Steamkin. Super, super good choice down the Runaway Steamkin. And Desperate. And Desperate Ritual. Yep, Desperate Ritual, Pyretic, Expedite, Cabal Ritual. We can, there's some buff spells that allow us to Impulse Draw. Oh, Ruby Medallion! That's right, yeah. I mean, not only do we get to Ruby Medallion and make all of our red spells cost less, but also that allows us to Surveil on top of it, right? Ruby Medallion and, the other one, Jet Medallion. The red and black crystals. I think that the red and black crystals... Let's look at the red and black crystals first, though. Because I think that the, Fire crystal... Fire crystal... Red spells cost less to cast. Creatures have haste. We can make a copy of a creature. Yeah, I think our commander is actually, like, super low mana value, like, to the ground. Like, 4 mana almost seems like too much. You'll get a treasure for each in the sorcery you cast with Stormkin Ardent. True, yes. I think red crystal's too slow for our commander. Because we're gonna have to, like, take a vacation to do it. Yep, Stormkiln Artist. Yep, for all of the instants and sorceries that we're casting with Stormkiln. Yep. And the black crystal is also kind of going to be the same thing. What else? I want some spells with flashback as well. Check. Can we find some spells with flashback? Because of, like, how many creatures we have in the graveyard. We kind of want to, you know, do a little bit more in that regard. So let's see. Flashback. Want some flashback spells here. Flashback. Wow. Give me some good flashback cards. Anything that gives us haste and, like, +2/0 and all that sort of stuff. Like, something that buffs our commander with flashback would be nice. The brand new card that just came out. Jeskai? Jeskai's Will? Jeskai's Will? Will of the Jeskai, I think it's called. Yeah, Will of the Jeskai. Will of the Jeskai allows us, especially with our 2 mana commander, our 2 mana commander is going to come out, and then we pay 4 mana to, or really any mana, like later in game, probably not exactly at 4, right? And then our instants of sorceries get flashback, which is cool. Isengard Unleashed? Ooh. Isengard Unleashed. That's like a good final, that's our Final Fantasy pick there. I like that one. Wake the Dragon. Isn't that what the guy in, isn't that what Viserion says in Game of Thrones? Wake the Dragon's a 6-drop spell, and the flashback is for 8. I mean, our commander does make us spend 7 to flip them. I don't know how good 8 is going to be. Dread Return? Ooh, Pass in Flames. Oh, wait. Pass in Flames is a good one, right? Like, that's kind of a tried and true. Pass in Flames. But I think, because we have to go so high up in mana, I think that we, instead of Pass in Flames, we want, what's that Doctor Who card that's Pass in Flames? What's this, an enchantment and costs 6? I'm also looking at Dread Return while you talk about that. Oh, yeah, Dread Return's really good. Dread Return is a perfectly good flashback card. But yeah, what's the, like, something the past? Oh, Return the Past. So Return to Past is a straight up enchantment that just says all of our spells. Oh yeah, instants and sorceries have flashback, right? And again, like our commander wants us to get to 7 mana in order to do his thing and make him a demon. So Return the Past for 6 is not unheard of, right? It's not impossible to reach. So we can do Return the Past, an enchantment that says as long as your turn, just get instants and sorceries flashback, right? So like we do a big burst of rituals, and then we play Return the Past, and then we can do them all again, right? Seize the Day. Ooh, yeah. Seize the Day. That's a good one. That's a good one. Or not Seize the Day. Oh yeah, yeah. Seize the Day. Seize the Day. Seize the Day. Seize the Day. Seize the Day is super good. Seize the Day is real good here. Oh, Recoup, Strike It Rich. Yes. Okay. So let me. So these are really good here. Let's go over really fast to the Moxfield view here, so I can add these cards right quick. So Seize the Day. Seize the Day. Seize the Day is super good. We have Past. Return the Past. Enchantment down here. We don't have a lot of enchantments, but they're going to be really, really strong when we get them. Return the Past. We have Isengard. Unleashed. Reckless Charge. Yep. We're adding this to the Moxfield first. Isengard Unleashed. Pass in Flames is great. There's nothing that gives artifacts flashback? Isn't there a Mishra that gives artifacts flashback? Or no? Am I thinking of... Is it artifact creatures? No, not this one. Not that Mishra. Mishra... Oh, the escape! Yes, the escape enchantment. Yeah, because we can definitely do an escape loop with that. Is it Excavation Prodigy? No, definitely not that. Although, no. Yeah. There's a Mishra that gives something... Lost to Phyrexia? No, it's not that one either. There's a lot of Mishra cards, and none of them are the one I'm thinking of, so never mind. Let me add Will of the Jeskai here. I think Will of the Jeskai is a really, really good one for us. Reckless Charge. Yep, Reckless Charge. Pretty good here, too. Reckless Charge, Reckless Charge, Reckless Charge. Yep, Reckless Charge. Where'd you go? Yep. Yeah, Reckless Charge, plus 3-0 and haste and flashback. There's other cards like Reckless Charge, right? There's other cards like this. Mishra, thank you. Mishra, Tamer of Makfawa, apparently. Each artifact card in your grave has... Oh, Unearth. Unearth 3, which is not very good. That's not very good. That's not very good. Escape enchantment. That's what's that called? What's the escape enchantment called? You know the one. You know the one, chat. Dread Return also. Let me add that. Dread Return. Also really good here. Dang, what else do we have? Let's go back to the topics here. So, oh, Underworld Breach. There it is. Yep, there it is. Yep. Underworld Breach. Yep, Underworld Breach. There's we can put the Underworld Breach combo in there, right? Like what is the Underworld Breach combo? I know it's Underworld Breach and oh, you know what? because our commander surveils every time we cast a non-creature spell, we don't even, like, we actually do a lot with Underworld Breach. I'm actually not usually the biggest fan of Underworld Breach in the first place. Let me put it on the screen for you. Underworld Breach. I'm actually, like, usually not the biggest fan of this card, but this is actually, like, it actually kind of goes sick. So this is more like kind of flashback. Graveyard typo. Escape velocity, yes! Yes. Alright, so Underworld Breach is right here, being absolutely goofy, right? Underworld Breach plus our commander allows us to recast the same spell, like, a lot of times, right? Any ritual? Don't we wait, hold on. We almost go infinite with every ritual that exists. Increasing Vengeance could be cool. Instant speed copy. Yep. Increasing Vengeance. That would be particularly good in this deck here. And then Escape Velocity. You know what I'm saying. Escape Velocity. And it's an enchantment too. I like Escape Velocity. I really like Escape Velocity. Red, you need 3 mana ritual and a wheel effect for the most part, which, I mean, we can do ritual, or we can do wheels for sure. But remember, our commander allows us to surveil every single time. Like, one ritual the ritual itself allows us to surveil. And if we do, like, something else, and we, like, you know, we do a lot. It could be cool. Copy instant. Yeah. What's the monument? What's the red monument? That's Bantu's is not what we're doing here. The red one, whenever you cast a creature spell, you may discard that card. If you do draw a card, that doesn't help us here. Hazaret, yeah, it doesn't help us here. Yeah. Burning Inquiry plus Runaway plus Underworld. Yeah. Yes, Gibbs. Yes. Yeah. Burning Inquiry plus Runaway Seamkin plus Underworld Breach, and not even just Burning Inquiry, right? Like, there's, like, the other rituals, like, get us really close to there too. This is actually a pretty strong commander. I know that we kind of went into this going like, damn, this kind of seems boring, but this is actually kind of dope. I'm actually fully on board with this guy. Let's find 4 more cards that can go in here. 4 more cards that kind of fit this topic of graveyard typo, right? Like, stuff from the graveyard, or at least, like, messing with the graveyard, like Underworld Breach does, that we can, like, really get there with in Rakdos. A commander that surveils every turn. Or, sorry, every time we cast a non-creature, right? Recoup. Yes! Recoup. Target instant sorcery in graveyard gates flashback, and oh yeah, we can do that too. Yeah, that's, like, fine. Yeah, that's pretty up there. You know what? No. I don't think we don't need a target instant sorcery to do that. Yeah. We have enough spells to just say all of our things get flashback though. Florian, if you want looting. Oh. Exile one of those cards, put it in the bottom of your library, and randomly you may play the exile card this turn. Nah. Dual Caster Mage, yep. Dual Caster Mage will be perfectly good here. Dual Caster Mage works. What else do we have? Graveyard stuff. Urabrask. We don't need the Urabrask. Oh, Mizzix. Mizzix's Mastery does allow us to cast all of those spells. And the thing is, like, we can overload Mizzix Mastery for only a little bit more mana than it takes for us to flip our commander. For only a little bit more mana, we get to Mizzix Mastery, recast every instant of sorcery from our graveyard, and then surveil every single time we do it. You know, we have Return to Pass in here already. Yep, Return to Pass and the other pass card. Mizzix Mastery does allow us to do a lot here. Then we get to ramp again, and Man, just do a lot. We can do a lot. We do also have to eventually sacrifice our command. Oh, wait a minute. There's a planeswalker that loves it when we sacrifice our commander, but we're gonna come back to that in a second. I want 2 more cards for this graveyard synergy here. 2 more cards for graveyard synergy. It is cool that we can just sacrifice our commander a lot. Is there something that allows us to bring our commander back from the grave, like, often? Like, 2 mana. Like, he's only a 2 mana commander. Is there something that lets us bring him back a lot? Because I'd love if we just kept sacrificing him over and over and over again, you know? Like, we just kept on sacrificing him to, like, all these sacrifice things. Rousing Refrain? No, that just gives us mana for equal to people's hands, which is still pretty good, but it never gets into the graveyard. So it is a good spell, don't get me wrong, but it never gets into the graveyard. Oh, wait. Chthonian. Wait a minute. Chthonian Nightmare. Hold up. Did we just do something gross here? And ETB, get 2 energy. Pay X energy, so 2 mana. 2 energy. Sacrifice creature. Return Chthonian Nightmare to its owner's hand. Return target creature mana value. Wow. Wow. Wait a minute. So 1 in the black. ETB 3 energy. Pay 2 of that energy, so we have 1 left. Sacrifice our commander. Return this card to our hand. Bring our commander back. Our commander's back on the battlefield. We cast Chthonian Nightmare again. Surveil. All you need is something that'll generate a creature when you bring something back from the graveyard. Kaya's Ghost Form. Kaya's Ghost Form is good for commanders, whereas, like, you know, if our commander cost like 12, and it's like we just need that one time to bring him back, that would be more worth it. Kaya's Ghost Form, you know, if we do give it escape and we do some wacky stuff from the graveyard, we could probably kind of like keep bringing him back. That's not bad. That's not bad, actually. Ashnod's Intervention. Yeah, all of that stuff is... oh my... Right, that allows us to surveil and bring our commander back. Oh, that's so good! Wow. Okay. That's a new topic for our commander. That's a new topic down here. Sacrifice effects, right? Or Priest of Urabrask. Yes. Open the graves. Open the graves. Hold on. Open... So this, whenever a creature you control dies, make a 2/2 zombie. Yeah, that's also fair. That costs 5 mana. That one's too slow. Okay. The next topic is sacrifice typo. But for right now, give me one more, like, do something from your graveyard cool ability here. Just one more, like, from your graveyard cool stuff. Chthonian Nightmare technically counts. Like, whether it be a good flashback card or something. You know, I do kind of like that one spell that someone mentioned, Burnt Offering, where we can sacrifice our commander and get, I guess, 2 mana. Then we can Burnt Offering again. Playing Night Rain has been a doozy. Yeah, Night Rain's been kind of a struggle for people to kind of get into. Like, it's not the easiest card, the easiest deck. It kind of do be doing. Oh, Stitch Together. Stitch Together's a good one. Tenacious Underdog. There's a commander. There's a new commander that is a Tenacious Underdog thing. Blitz. For in creep, what? Torture things? Hold on really fast. Whenever you... Oh, Blitz discard the card. That's not very good. Spells with buyback. Buyback is not what we want. Buyback makes us cast more stuff from our... Oh, I don't think that there's enough mana reduction for buyback that makes it worth it. But buyback does trigger surveil, you know, so like that is true. Tortured Existence. We don't need creatures back into our hand with Tortured Existence. Encrypt. The hell is Encrypt? Okay. No. Abyssal Harvest. Oh. That. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Nope, this is exactly what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. The black and red crystals are too much mana. And I know I just mentioned like a 3-mana creature, but like with the amount of like weird spell slinging that this deck is able to do while surveilling the entire time, the like taking turn 4 to basically like just cast those crystals and then start ramping up is a little too much. And the abilities on them don't necessarily like they don't necessarily warrant themselves. Forbidden Crypt. Oh, yes. I like your Abyssal Harvester, though. Because we surveil, we cast a 9-creature spell, we surveil, put a big creature into our graveyard, that Eye of the Duskmantle into our graveyard, and then we get it back with Abyssal Harvester. Very good call. Very good call. Alright, so let's go to the Moxfield view. Make sure we add these cards in. Abyssal Harvester. Abyssal Harvester. Dual Caster Mage. Dual Caster Mage. Increasing Vengeance. Increasing Vengeance. Chthonian. Yeah, that Chthonian's gonna be crazy. And then Mizzix's Mastery. Ragavan works well, right? I don't think so. I don't think he works any better than just how good Ragavan is on like in an everyday situation. Forbidden Crypt. Let me look at Forbidden Crypt really fast. Is that not an artifact? Oh, what is this? Whenever you would draw a card, instead return a card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't, you lose the game. Whenever a card is put into a graveyard, instead remove that card. What the fuck do I want this for? I'm sorry, that was rude. But like, what do I want this for? I don't want this. I don't think I want this at all. I don't think we want this. I don't know about this one. I guess it's like if we would draw a card, we get to put it back into our hand. Like, I guess that's true. I guess that is true. But then we, like, recast a non-creature spell and we surveil. And then it just kind of goes away forever. I don't know about that. I don't know if we have draw... We also don't have draw outlets. Our draw outlet is, like, is surveilling and then hoping that surveil card does something for us. Soprano? The hell is a Soprano? What was that? Spellbinding Soprano. What is that? Ooh, Encore. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. This is cool. Yeah, let's just do a really big, Hey! Sure Haven, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Let's go. Big heckin' hype, see ya, bud. Shout out to Strix Haven. Drop out for the beautiful raid. Thank you so much, friend. I hope that you had a wonderful stream. What were you just playing? We're going over a pretty interesting commander. Like, he's actually making our brains kind of move here, which has actually been pretty cool. It's actually been kind of a dope thought experiment. We're looking at Garland. You're playing Tivit and Koram? Ooh, CDH? And speaking of CDH and commanders, chat kind of started talking about different things that this commander can do. I actually like the idea of doing some sacrifice because one, our commander does need to get into the graveyard at some point so that we can spend 7 mana to bring him back as a 5/5 demon. And I think that we can do a little bit of sacrifice in here that ends up helping us with Surveil, giving us treasures, and all this other stuff. So let's look at some sacrifice cards. All right. Now, the first sacrifice card I thought of immediately is going to be, what's the black card? You know it. You know it. The one that, like, rocketed up in price for, like, so freaking long. Deadly Dispute. Deadly Dispute is, like, 100%. 100% something we can do with our commander. Deadly Dispute super fits in here, right? As additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards, and make a treasure token, right? Thank you. Sacrifice. I appreciate that. Thank you. Sacrifice. Yeah, Deadly Dispute is really good. Because our commander is legendary, Nasty End. Yeah, nasty. Nasty End is also really cool. And Strixhaven, you just came back from playing some real powerful stuff. You know, there's another card that likes it when we sacrifice a legendary creature. That's, what's that commander? The, Tevesh Zot? Doom of Fools. You may sacrifice another creature or planeswalker, draw a card. If it was a commander, draw another card. So we get to draw 3 cards with that. And make some defenders for ourselves, which is pretty cool. Ooh. That's the name of the card? Yes. Oh, the name of the card is Sacrifice? Equal to the creature's casting cost. I do like sacrificing our 2 mana commander just to get 2 mana. Just to make 1 mana. Which is pretty funny. But I also did spell Sacrifice wrong, so I do appreciate that. Nasty End is good. Eviscikar's Insight. Yeah, Eviscerator. Sorry, Eviscerator. I don't want to say Eviscikar's. Eviscerator's Insight also has flashback. Braids? Oh, yeah. Braids Cabal minion allows us to be a little chaos. I mean, Braids herself is just like pure chaos, right? So who better to be in the chaos deck than Braids of Risen Nightmare? We also need some draw. We do need some draw in here, and we can sacrifice like our equipment if we really want, and other people won't want to sacrifice their artifacts. So then we get to draw cards, which we do desperately need in this deck, as well as do some, you know, pain and drain on people, and then we can, from the graveyard, be able to do some stuff. Are you doing any pre-releases for Final Fantasy? I should, but I'm pretty sure all the stores around me are sold out. I should check, but I should check. But I have not signed up for any. Resentful Revelation. Oh, whoa, look at this. This is... Yeah, it's a Final Fantasy. You know what? It is a Final Fantasy card. And I think we should give it to him. Zulaport Cutthroat. We're not sacrificing our commander enough to turn it into that sort of deck. Like, it's not an aristocrat deck. We just happen to be sacrificing our commander. And we have some cards in here that like it when we do it, because, like, you know, extra cards because it's a legendary creature. When it's a non-legendary spell, we surveil. Like, we got that going for us, but it's not necessarily that type of thing, right? What about Anvil of Bogarden? Oh. You mean only called Anvil? Which Anvil are we talking? Do you mean Anvil Rot Raptor? A 4-mana 2/1 with flying and first strike? That's probably what you mean, right? My phone sold out. What are your thoughts on the card Sacrifice? I didn't like... I thought it was funny to pay 1 black mana, surveil 1, and then get a red and a black back just to, like, have to recast our commander for, like, 4 mana. I did like that. I did think that that was funny. But probably too funny. I'd run Ashnod's Altar over Sacrifice for the repeatability. I don't know if that's allowed in the deck already. Oh, no, that's allowed. It's definitely allowed. Orabrask's Forge. The sacrifice typo that we're doing here is sacrificing our commander. Maybe, and I probably should have stressed that a little bit more. It is specifically sacrificing our commander because he costs 2. He costs 2. And he surveils when we do some sort of non-creature spell for it. So that's why. Looking at the cards here, right? Like Deadly Dispute draws us 2 and gives us a treasure. We can cast our commander next turn anyway. Nasty End. We draw 3 cards because he's legendary. Tevesh Zad, 3 cards because he's our commander. Eviscerator's Insight has flashback. That's why we're doing the whole sacrifice thing. I don't know why I shouldn't put the Sephiroth one in here though. Yeah, we find a different one. Ashnod's Altar is fine. Altars are fine. We don't make enough creatures to run like the Phyrexian Altar. But I think being able to like sack our commander for 2 colorless, so then we can recast our commander with like his special ability for only 5 mana instead of 7. I think that's fine. I think that's totally fine. Good spell to chain with sacrifices. Not. Oh yes, that's the next card. The next cycle of like topic that we're gonna go over is cards that bring our commander back for easy cheaps, and that's gonna be one of them. Not Dead After All and all that cool stuff. There's no. The red-black commander cards that say like, you know, recast your command. Hold on. Wait a minute. Is there a good background in black? Agent of the Iron Throne, not really. Agent of Shadow Thieves. Death Touch Indestructible. Criminal Pass. Menace. Number of creature cards in your graveyard? That's like, okay. Ooh, Cults of the Absolute. No, we don't have enough creatures to sacrifice to Cults of the Absolute. Guild Artisan. Gives us treasures. Hunted One. It and other creatures get Undying. So, like, our commander can die, come back with a +1/+1 counter, and then won't be able to come back again once he dies again, because, like, we don't have a way to get rid of the +1/+1 counter, so I don't know if that one's super great. Tavern Brawler, Passionate Archaeologist, Popular Entertainer, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm not too keen on those ones. There's tons of good backgrounds. I just don't think that they necessarily fit our commander. Our commander is Voltron, and our commander does cost 2, but he is a 2-mana 3/2. He's not really trying to block and attack and all that sort of stuff. We're just trying to cast non-creature spells and surveil and go sicko mode. That's really what we're up to. Yeah, that's really what we're up to. Tons of good background. Yeah, Turgid. We're sacrificing our own cards, so we need Turgid. What's the transformation? The transformation, yeah, let me show you again really fast. Let's go to the Moxfield view, and so we can see. So the transformation is, where is he at? So here's Garland, Knight of Cornelia, right? And then transform side is Chaos the Endless, a 5/5, just a 5/5 with flying. And when he's put into the graveyard, put him at the bottom of his owner's library. We can put Grenzo in here. Grenzo. Dungeon Warden, I think. Put the bottom card of your library into your graveyard. If it's a creature of power less than or equal to Grenzo, put it onto the battlefield. It's like Grenzo does let us like just do that, which is pretty funny. Just like actually let our commander go to the graveyard, put him at the bottom of our deck, and then Grenzo as soon as we freaking can. Sidisi. Oh, the sacrifice and tutor. Okay. I like that actually. Sidisi. Oh, Regent of the Mire. Sacrifice a creature you control, mana value X other than Sidisi. Return target creature. You know what's pretty interesting is that you do... Oh yeah, with mana value +1 from the graveyard to the battle. So we have to like sacrifice a 1-drop to bring back our commander. And we like don't really do that. Like we just straight up don't actually do that. I guess our commander for 2 can bring back 3s, but we also just don't really do that. Just like looking at what we have, we just don't really like do that. Not too much. We kind of do that, but I don't think Sidisi's gonna get a trigger all the time, which makes me just not want to cast her. We had Nasty End. Nasty End, Doom of Fools with Tevesh Zot. Sacrificing our commander to do some cool stuff. Deadly Dispute. Insight. Eviscerator's Insight. And Braids. Okay. So then now, we have 60 cards right now, which, actually, we only need 4 more cards and the deck is kind of done. Grenzo's hot. Grenzo's hot as hell in this deck. The thing is just that, like, listen, you have to be very, very careful with Grenzo, because, like, if you're against an opponent that knows, and believe me, if you're playing against me, I'm going to know exactly what you're doing. I am going to, like, I'm going to mess up your Grenzo plan. You're going to be like, oh, like, my commander dies, I'll make him go to my library, and I'll be like, it's super cool, kill Grenzo. Kill Grenzo. It's like, oh no. But yes, Grenzo does go hard in this deck. Super hard. With power less than or equal to. Yeah, well, damn, this is like so sick. That's so cool. Alright. And then Braids Faithful Return for options. Braids Faithful Return. Is that not a... Did I not just type that in? No, I totally typed it in. What? Braids? Frightful Return. I added it. Where did I put it? Oh, it's an enchant. Oh, it's a saga. Sacrifice a creature. Each opponent discards a card. Return target creature from your grave to your hand. Each opponent may sacrifice an online player if they... Nah, we don't need any of that. We don't need all that. We don't need all that. It's not a bad suggestion. It's just we just don't. It's hey Farina, it's good to see you, bud. I hope that you're doing well. That one is not particularly helping us out too much. It does let us surveil, and we do get to sacrifice our commander. So now, going back to this screen here, the next topic is revival cards. Next topic is revival cards. Revival. So give me some. Not your knowledge is limited. Is all well, all good. Demon Taskmaster. What's that? All right, revival spells. Ooh. All right, Demon Taskmaster. Let me look at that. I don't know what that is. Demon Taskmaster. Demonic Taskmaster. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature other than this creature. Not what we're looking for. Graveyard Shift. This spell is flash as long as there are 5 or more mana values in cards in your graveyard. Return target creature card from the graveyard to your battlefield. For 5 mana, way too slow. So the revival that we're talking about is specifically for our commander when we're sacrificing him 2 things. Nim Deathmantle costs 4, which is not bad. Yeah, you know what? This does let our commander die. It does let our commander die, like on the backside, and then pay 4 to bring him... No, but he doesn't come back face up. No, we don't want Nim Deathmantle. Because he'll come back face up, and then we still have to, like, let him die, and then pay 7 to bring him, like, back and all that stuff. As the 5/5 demon, so we actually don't want Nim Deathmantle. The revival that we want is very low drop revival, right? So Kaya's Ghost Form. Kaya's Ghost Form is what I am referring to here, right? Kaya's Ghost Form. Like on turn 2 we play our commander. Turn 3 we can Kaya's Ghost Form, and then we can you know, nasty end and draw 3 cards, and our commander's still out. And we surveil when we cast Kaya's Ghost Form and nasty end, right? Like this is just a little bit, because we only have like 4 more cards to put in here. Just a little bit of like, hey, let's kind of like keep this thing going here. Kaya's Ghost Form, not dead after all. Yep, 1 mana, perfectly fine. Not dead after all. Balduvin Atrocity. Volduvan Atron. What the fuck is this? Return target creature with mana value 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next upkeep. That is a Phyrexian Berserker, alright. It's a cool looking card. Return to action. Oh, yeah. To action. Okay, yep. Me just typing in return was a terrible idea. I typed in return too, and it still wasn't enough. Return action. Lifelink, when the creature dies, return it back to the battlefield. Is there other ones that only cost a black though? Like Not Dead and Kaya's Ghost Form? Unearth and Reanimate? Yeah, there we go. Unearth and Reanimate will do it. And actually, Reanimate's really good because if we put a creature card into the graveyard with our Surveil, we get to just do the thing, right? And Unearth, yep. Yeah. I like this. Okay. And these are, I think these are like the last 4 cards I wanted to mention because we are actually at 66 cards. Or 60 cards right now. So I think this is pretty good. Yeah. This is just a little bit of spicy revival so that we can sack our commander and then bring him back immediately. Because again, he only costs 2. We could even not use Kaya's Ghost Form, but still sacrifice him. Because again, he'll just cost 4. Oh no, you know? And then once he gets too much mana, we'll just like let him die. And then put him in the graveyard, spend 7 mana to bring him back as a 5/5 Demon with Flying, put our equipment and stuff on him, and then once he dies from there, he goes back to the bottom of our library, and then we can start just putting him back into our graveyard if we really want. So there's a lot that we can do with him. Yeah, Garland's pretty cool. So let me add these couple cards that we were talking about. Cards we were talking about. Not Dead After All. Oops, sorry, wrong. Not Dead After All. Kaya's Ghost Form. Doesn't give him like unblockable or anything, right? It's just like come back. Yeah, okay. Kaya's Ghost Form. Reanimate and Unearth. Cool. Alright, and that's 60. This is 64 cards. Undying Evil and First Day of Class combo for. Oh, wait. What's Undying Evil? Target creature gets undying when it dies. If it had no counters on it, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And then what else? And then First Day of Class? First Day of Class, whenever creature you control this turn enters with a +1/+1, it gains haste. How does that... What's the combo there? Both are instants? Is there a combo there? Ayara, Widow of the Flame. That one's okay. She's a little slow. She's slow for the... Because, like, remember, our commander's a 2-mana spell that says every time we cast a non-creature we surveil, right? Like, Ayara's a little too slow for what we're doing. Unless I'm thinking wrong, I forgot another piece. Yeah, I think there's a slightly other piece. We need to remove +1/+1 encounters in order to keep the Undying going on. But anyway, this is a 66 card deck. And then we literally add lands, right? Like, we actually just put lands in here. And this is actually a pretty concise, I'd say, like, build, right? So, like, just kind of going through the topics again. You know, creatures. Abyssal Harvester allows us to do a little bit more of that Reanimate. Anger in the graveyard for haste. Burgi keeps the spells going. Brass Squire lets us equip that instant speed. Eye of Duskmantle says every time we surveil, we get to do a lot more things. Grenzo keeps our commander back into play. Fandaniel makes our opponents feel really, really bad after we surveil a bunch of cards. Kediss lets us end the game versus everyone. Miracling, making sure this card's at the top after we surveil is pretty great. Rudal allows us to equip at instant speed, for free. Runaway Scenekin keeps our train going. Whispering Snitch every time we surveil, pings everyone and gains us life. If you have a sack outlet, yeah, we have a couple of those. In terms of like flashback cards, Dread Return, Isengard Unleashed, Passing Flames to just like everything come back. Mizzix Mastery just lets us recast everything, and then we get to surveil for every one of those cards. Reckless Shards, our commander when he comes back as a 5/5 demon. Gets plus 3/0 and haste, both on the front and when he flashes back, which is super cool. Sees the day, allows us to take extra combats. Will of the Jeskai lets everything just have flashback. Rituals early game will get us there very, very quickly because our commander comes out for 2. And then from turn 3, we're just like, boom, Cabal Ritual into another ritual, into something else. And that's just more surveilling that we're doing. If those cards have flashback, even better, right? We have some small cards like Expedite, give haste, draw a card. You know, we can sprinkle a little bit of that in there because we do need some draw spells in here. And main draw spells that we went for are sacrifice our commander. He only costs 2, whatever, draw cards. Draw additional cards because we're doing it like with Nasty End or with Tevish Zot. Doom of Fools. And then, since we're sacrificing commander just a little bit, we have, well, revival spells that we talked about. Unearth, Reanimate, etc. We can bring back our 2-drop commander pretty easily. And then in terms of Voltroning, actually putting equipment in this deck so our commander can actually beat them, because that's how we're going to win. Either we win by comboing and getting a lot of value by casting from our graveyards with surveilling a bunch of stuff in there, and then the enchantment Underworld Breach. We just kind of like Underworld Breach our way to victory. That is definitely like one of our super big win cons. But equipment here. Equipment are non-land, right? So Beamtown Beatstick, Champion's Helm, Commander's Plate for 1, Surveil, and then also equip our commander. Make him hexproof to green removal and white removal. And blue removal. So it's pretty freaking good. Cranial Plating, because we're going to have a lot of artifacts out. Cranial Ram, Ember Cleave, Excalibur, why not? Hammer of Nazan lets this thing happen at instant speed. Jet and Ruby Medallion to make our spells cost less. Mask of Bristlebrand gives us some lifelink. The boots that give us Hexproof and not Shroud. The Swords of. We wanted to make sure that none of the Swords of gave us protection from red, because we kind of specifically want to do red. We did add a couple of like kind of black spells in here. We got to be a little careful with that. But we can actually use Sword of Once and Future in this deck because it allows us to surveil even more, and we get to cast instant or sorcery of mana value 2 or less from our graveyard for free, which is pretty awesome. Does not happen very often. Light and Shadow brings us creatures back, gains some life. And then in terms of enchantments, like Braid of Fire, cumulative upkeep. Chthonian Nightmare is going to be its own combo with reanimating our commander, who only costs 2 mana the entire time. Kaya's Ghost Form, Underworld Breach, as we mentioned, and Return the Past. All of our spells just get flashback just on our turn. Not bad in the slightest. And then we kind of just add a big old package of lands. Mountain. I was going to say, like, what? This is 64 lands. So that's just going to be... It's going to be a 36 land deck. We did actually miss putting in our mana rocks in here. But Rakdos only has so many. And they're not super exciting. And we don't really need, like, unique ones. But, what's 6... 36, so that's 18. Yeah. Or 16. Oh, yeah, 18. 18 mountains. Oh my god. Hmm. 18 mountains. Of course, we're going to use the Final Fantasy arts because we're not monsters. This one looks sick. And then 18 swamp. Oh my goodness. And honestly, with that, I think this deck's pretty done. Whoa, these are so cool. Yeah, with that, like, you know, everyone can kind of go through and make their own land base. You probably should. There's surveil lands too. And we could take a couple of, I'd say, like, maybe some of the not dead after all, although that is a lot of our draw spells. Maybe like the reanimate stuff in order to put in our mana rocks, like Soul Ring, Rakdos, the Talisman of Impulse, yeah, Talisman of Impulse and all of that sort of stuff. But this is a really pretty decent framework for what we're trying to do here. Rakdos has great land options. It does have great land options, yeah. And then just lastly to write as a primer, just a quick primer. We covered this, made on, what's today's date? 6-3. Made on 6-3. And the topics that we had. We had reanimate, surveil, typal. What else did we say? Surveil, typal, reanimate. You're just like me. I've built about 8 decks this month. Hey, Majestic Views, hell yeah. Surveil, typal, reanimate, Rakdos, Voltron. Finishing up 6 of them now. Building decks ain't no joke. It's building decks is scary. Like there's a lot, especially in the Final Fantasy deck. There's just so many options to choose from. Good luck. Thank you so much, Majestic Views. Reanimate, Surveil, Typal, Rakdos, Voltron, Flashback, and Sacrifice, draw, and that's about it. Yeah, those are like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different topics we kind of like covered tonight for Garland, and I like this one. We'll come up with a cooler name later. But yeah, that's deck number 1. Took us slightly over an hour. We're gonna try. I'm gonna try to keep these to an hour, but we'll see. The next commander. Hey, Big Fluffy! Thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Let's go, Big Fluffy. Thank you so much. Actually, chat right before, so we finished the deck. That's super awesome. Let's take a quick, literally just like a 3-minute break, just as the ad. I'm gonna just play some ads here so that like the next hour is clear and no one has to get ads. Okay, so for those who are not subscribed, I'll be right back, and I'm gonna start setting up the next deck. But for right now, chat, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break. We just created a really, really cool and spicy deck for the only Final Fantasy 1 character that we could actually choose. Because there actually wasn't options for Final Fantasy 1. The other 2 cards were like through the ages Final Fantasy, so just like reprints. So in terms of actual new commanders, there was literally only one option. And we found it, so I'm definitely feeling that there's too many School Theme Syndrome. Top of my list to build a Squall, Tidus Cloud, and Vivi. Fuck, dude. Vivi is wacko. Wacko, Yakko, and Dot over there. I'm horrified of Vivi. All right, chat. 3-minute ad as I get the next deck list going. I'm also gonna get a little bit of snack for myself. All right, be right back, chat. And that's for Twitch. Everyone else, you're still here. The next commander that we're going to go over is, before I go take the smallest break so I can get some food. But the next commander we're going to go over is none other. This is actually a commander I'm going to build personally, by the way. I'm actually really, really excited for him. The Emperor of Palamacia. Emperor of Palamacia. This one I'm gonna actually build for myself. It's gonna be largely cards from the Final Fantasy set, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but just to keep it a little bit on flavor, and I think that we can be pretty flavorful, but we get to basically put every single like blue-red card in the Final Fantasy set into this deck, which is gonna be pretty neat. This is also an Izzet deck where we're not going to reduce the cost of spells. That's something very weird that the Final Fantasy decks are making us do. Not reduce the cost of spells in order for us to play them. Because, like as he says, this is all about if you spent mana to cast the spell, right? So if we have a 4-mana spell, but we reduce the cost by 1, we don't get to trigger his, if it was 4 or greater. Oh, I guess 3 or greater, so... if it was reduced by 2. So, I'll be right back, chat. Give me a quick second. Think of some topics that we need to go over, right? As we cover this guy specifically. But let me get a quick snack and some water, so my throat stays lubricated. Lubricated. BRB. And just like that, I'm back. It wasn't even long. It wasn't even a long time. Ooh, and this water bottle's half full. Perfect. So not even free. Yes. Coleraine, you're already picking up on how unique this commander is. I'm actually like really excited for him. Hey, thank you very much for the subscribe. All right, chat. Let's look into what. Do I even need these headphones? I don't really need these headphones. Okay. Chat, let's dive into the Emperor of Palamacia, right? Is it Palamacia? X spells heroic, maybe? Heroic? I don't know about heroic. Someone talking about the FF commanders? Yeah, Tehran. Yep, so the goal is to, I have a list right here. You can kind of see this list. You can't see this list at all, unless you're on the full screen. Look at my handwriting. It's awful. This is the list of all the commanders that we're going to be going over. And actually, this list is actually smaller than the real list, now that I think about it. But our goal is to build one commander per Final Fantasy. At least one. There are some that we chose multiples on. So we did Final Fantasy 1. And that was Garland. Now this is FF2. And this is the Emperor of Palamacia. And I'm actually interested in building this guy. So this is, I think it's actually going to be pretty interesting too. It's Graha on it. Heroic meaning counter strats. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Palamacia. Oh, Palamacia. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to write it down. Palamacia. Okay. Yeah, I was very wrong. Okay. It's Palamacia, and I want to do Firion. Oh, yeah. I didn't do Firion because Firion is fine in the 99 of all the equipment decks. Firion's also perfectly fine as like the commander, but I'm just more interested in the Emperor here. Okay. So, let's actually look at this card. And as we do here, chat, we always want to look at, I like to build this deck by topics, right? So Palamacia. So I like to break this down by looking at specific topics. We look at the card, we read it, and go like, okay, this card allows us to play or look at Magic differently in this way, shape, or form, right? So here we go. We're good. We're ready. Awesome. So the Emperor of Palamacia, blue and a red for a 2/2 legendary creature, human noble wizard. You can tap to add blue or red. Spend this mana only to cast non-creature spells. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor of Palamacia. Then, if this has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it. And I think that this is really cool, right? So just from the get-go, this is a 2 mana 2/2 commander. So we get to get him out early and we get to just start going, right? So he's a mana dork for non-creature spells, which is pretty cool. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, which does means instant sorceries, enchantments, sagas, equipment if we really want. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor, and then if the Emperor has 3 or more +1/+1 encounters on it, right? So we could like somehow we could play a spell that says like put 2 counters on him, and then later cast a non-creature spell 3 or more, and then put a counter on him, and then he flips, or whatever we want. But I like the idea of slowly building the Emperor up, right? Now let's look at the backside, because just having a 2/2 that gets to be a 5/5 doesn't really do a lot for us if we're not really winning, right? So let's look at the actual backside of this commander. I think he's cool as fuck. Introducing the Lord Master of Hell. Now this side of the card is what made me fall in love with him. The Lord Master of Hell is a 3/3 Demon Noble Wizard. Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. Now this is cool, right? This is really, really cool. So, first of all, he just transforms, right? He doesn't exile to transform. If you have like 3 counters on him, he just flips over. So he doesn't have summoning sickness, right? He is just like, he's the Emperor on the front, you're casting spells, you're doing all this cool stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then you flip him, and he can attack that turn. And the deck that we want to build is something that incentivizes you as the player having a lot of non-creature, non-lands in your graveyard. And you deal it to each opponent, right? It's not just one. So this commander can actually go wide and actually defeat all of your opponents in one go if we build him right. And that's why I like him so much. He's an Izzet deck that allows us to go wide, but Voltron, but not like playing Curiosity. You know what I mean? Like, you have to play the deck. You have to play the game of Magic. You have to actually like cast spells, put stuff in your graveyard, counter, draw, burn, blah, 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 blah. You have to do things to make this commander win for you. Whereas, not to knock those decks, but like, yeah, Niv Mizzet, the more Niv Mizzets that come out, the less of Magic we actually have to play in order to win with Niv Mizzet. You know what I mean? This guy actually feels like we have to play. We don't just put Curiosity into the deck and just win. Not with the commander at the very least. And that's why I like him so much. So, with that in mind, let's go over our first topic, okay? Let's look at our first topic that we kind of want to like break the spells around. What's the first thing that we want to look at him commander-wise? I like the non-creature spells. Let's decide which non-creature spells we want to put in our deck, right? Because he isn't necessarily a Voltron deck. The damage that he deals to our opponents is based on, you know, the stuff in our graveyard. So we don't necessarily want to go equipment type, right? Like, not really. Not per se. That's kind of why I immediately went to like instants and sorceries. Also, well, yeah. Instants and sorceries. Enchantments would be fine. We could do enchantments. But that's still just like the commander gets bigger, but the graveyard doesn't. And we're not going to be able to kill enough people if we just kind of focus on prowessing him and him like just taking one person out. We need everyone to be taken out at once. Wheels and loot effects. We could definitely do loot effects for sure. We could do wheels. I think we could do wheels. MDFCs. Ooh. We could, yeah, okay, you know what? I like MDFCs. I like that. That's actually a super good idea. Okay, MDFCs is great. I'm just gonna like literally write that down on the side. Yeah, MDFCs. That'll be the second topic we go over. But the first thing I want to come to a decision on is if this is instants and sorceries. Does that seem fair? Instants and sorceries. Gushing up expressive iteration. So I had an idea that pays. It says pay 4 mana. What about Sphere and Thorn? That is funny as fuck. Yo, Gush on upkeep. That's really smart. That's actually really smart. That's actually really smart. So the at the beginning of this, I said specifically we don't want to have spell reducers in the deck, right? We cannot do spells that say like, oh, like your spells cost one less to cast. Each your instants and sorceries cost one less to cast, right? We can't put those creatures in the deck. Well, we can, but just remember, it's the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. So for every one card that says all of our instants and sorceries are reduced, or even if we did equipment, if the equipment spell cost is reduced, then we don't pay 3 or more mana on it. We need to pay 3 mana. So what this deck wants to focus on is actually getting mana into our hands, like some sort of acceleration, whether it's like equipment, or mana rocks. There's going to be a lot of mana rocks in this deck, pretty much as many as we can put in here, and then actually spending them. Focusing instants and sorceries would make sense since those fill the bin rather than artifacts and enchantments. That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true, Kali. So I'm thinking we're gonna do Spell Slinger. Does that seem fair? Does that seem like the right way to probably go about this? So we're gonna do Spell Slinger Typal. I do like the MDFCs and I do like the taxes too, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna do Spell Slinger. So that's gonna be like our first initial topic, right? Initial topic 1 is going to be Spell Slinger. Spell Slinger, 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 Slinger. So this is Spell Slinger for sure. What are some of the like top 3 mana spell slingers that we're gonna want to have in here? We could stop at 3, right? We could stop at 3. Start playing MTG and keep getting my ass kicked, and you only have precons. Oh, Austin. That, I mean, starting at precons is where you are going to want to start, and you're going to get your butt kicked. And it's less about the precon and more just like, you know, I mean, as you learn Magic the Gathering, you'll get used to it. Like it like the game, you'll get used to the game and you'll start winning. Or if you come here to the Kuro Hitsuki channel, you'll be finding you'll be winning all the time. So 4 or more mana spells. So it's not actually just Spell Slinger, but like the top 4 plus spells. What are the top 4 mana spells that we can be playing? Non-creature. Gross. Aaron, what the fuck? You love it? Wait, Gross Aaron, what's going on? Unexpected Windfall, probably, right? Like, Unexpected Windfall is pretty great here. Unexpected Windfall is going to be like our first option, right? 4 mana, discard a card. So, oh my gosh, 4 mana, we put this card into our graveyard. Discard a card. We can put another non-land, creature into our graveyard. Draw 2 cards so we can keep on going and get 2 treasures, right? So I think these discard spells are going to be like pretty good for us, right? Pretty heckin' good for us. So what other, what else is there? Unexpected Windfall. What's the next one? There's a card that's just like it. It's basically Unexpected Windfall. It does say put a +1/+1 counter on it. Only if you pay 4 CMC or more. If you play something cheap with Proliferate, it'll still transform. That is a good thought. That is a good thought. Although, it actually won't transform. Or, hold on. No. No. You only transform it if it was 4 mana or more, right? We only basically look at our commander if we're paying 4 or more mana, right? Because if he said like every time he casts a non-creature spell of any mana type, put a +1/+1 counter, and then if it's 4 or more, you like flip. But that's not what this is. You specifically, our commander only cares if we're paying 4 or more. Yeah. Windfall in general? Yeah. What's the other 4 mana red spell that does the same thing? No, there's a break in the line. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, comma, if 4 or more mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor. Period. Then, if there were 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform. There's no break. There's no break in the line. It is an ability that only triggers if you cast a 4 or more mana spell. That's it. Yeah. So that's why we have to look at 4 or more mana. Big score. Yes, big score was the... Yeah, big score. Big score. Big score. I'm looking to get into a couple... I'm looking to get a couple cards out of your precon. What do you recommend? I have a Mardu. You have the Mardu deck from Tarkir. We actually, you know, just not to toot my own horn, but we actually did a deck tech on that one. Specifically, actually. So here's my suggestion. Austin, you can join the Discord. Join the Discord and you can see our deck upgrades on him. We actually, I even have a, I actually have like a precon only upgrade too, actually, if you wanted to. Where did I put this? Sorry, I know I got slide tracked. Here's one of the Zergos. Here's an example of one that we went over. All right. But yeah, I would join the Discord, Austin, because we actually have talked about Zergo in the Discord. And we kind of do some... I'm especially trying to do videos like this so we can do in-depth stuff. The new Zoomer cards with 8 paragraphs of text. Yeah, all of them. Rewind's perfect. Oh, Rewind's so good. Rewind is so good. Rewind is amazing. Yeah, that's not a Zoomer card. I mean, that's a Boomer card, bro. Rewind's really good. That's a good call. Rewind's really good here. Fact or Fiction. I think someone already mentioned Fact or Fiction. That's a good one. Fact or Fiction. I'm a Boomer, trust me. I know. Why is Fact or Fiction hard to find on Scryfall? What's going on? Fact or Fiction is a really good 4-drop. Is the link in the bio? I actually don't think it is. Why is the deck called Selesnya Rabbids, but there's no card called Selesnya? I can't argue with that, actually. I can't argue with your question. There you go. There you go, Austin. Link right there to the Discord. Everyone, join the Discord also, because all the deck lists and everything like all of these deck lists get posted to the Discord, which has a direct link. And if you are gonna build your own Emperor of Palamacia deck, your own Cloud deck, your own whatever, you can join in on that topic, like on that thread. So then everyone is kind of able to see how like we've built Cloud over time. So please do join the Discord. What other discard spells? Sorry, let's get back to this. Spiteful Banditry. Spiteful Banditry. Oh yeah, it has. How big is the Emperor of Palamacia? 2. Oh. Okay. You are. I think X spells are gonna be a different topic. Hold on. X spells. I'm writing down X spells. X spells is going to be a separate topic. Hey BCC, how you doing, bud? Pirates Pillage. Pirates. What FF game are you playing in celebration of the new set? If anything, I'm going to try to play 16. I might try to like get into the newest one. New to MTG, it makes no sense. I just like the art. Hey, Clement, that's totally fair, bud. That's how everyone starts, though. Like, everyone starts at that same spot of, like, not knowing what's going on, but at least the art's cool. And, honestly, eventually you'll be joining us, and you'll be given good card recommendations and everything, so don't you worry. BCC, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Conquesto. Thank you so much. Isle Railroad, thank you very much for offering the help. All right. What other? Give me some more. Give me another 4-drop. Oh, Will of the Jeskai. Yeah, we just talked about that one, yeah? We just talked about that one very recently in the first deck tag, right? So, like, Will of the Jeskai, you know, our commander's going to be out because he literally only costs 2, right? Will of the Jeskai. If you control your commander, get both sides. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards. Cool. Discard our hand, fill our graveyard, draw 5 cards. Wonderful. And then each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashbacks, so we can do more things if we really, really need to. But honestly, sometimes we just do the top 4, like just the 4 spell pot. Farewell. Farewell is 6 mana, sadly, and white, so we can't put Farewell in here. But Farewell is cool. Dabbled in 99. Dabbled in 99. Sorry, Infinite Tokens. You dabbled in the 90s for the art. Didn't pick it back up until 2017. Hey, KP. Good to see you, friend. Hi. Hi. How you doing? And Raiders, thank you very much for coming on through. We are covering Emperor of Palamacia. We're doing 1 commander deck per Final Fantasy game, and we are currently on Final Fantasy 2, so we have a lot to go on. We have a lot more to do. And our first topic is looking at like the top like 4 mana or greater spells. We determined that this deck does have to be an instant or sorcery sort of build so we can get things into our graveyard. And now we're just kind of trying to find like the top 4. So now that we have these, let's go over to the Moxfield page here. And let me get the cards that we were just looking at. Spoop. So yeah, we have Rewind. Rewind, Big Score. Big Score, Unexpected. Oh, that's Unexpected Request, not the same card. Unexpected Windfall. Fact or Fiction. Fact or why is, oh my goodness. Fact or Fiction. Pirates Pillage. I have Rewind, another enchantment that combos with it. Really? Which one? And then Will of the Jeskai. Are you just looking for instant or sorcery? So we determined, because of the Emperor of Palamacia's abilities, mainly this last one right here, mainly the backside of him, which is when he attacks, deal X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. Because we determined that the best and fastest way to fill up our graveyard is to cast a spell, because that spell, a non-creature, you know, instant or sorcery, cast it, it goes into your graveyard, and you get the ability of having cast that spell. That's going to be the greatest way, like the quickest way to get things into our graveyard. We could do enchantments, but enchantments don't really leave the battlefield as much. Our commander's not a Voltron commander. We're not trying to make our commander big, we're trying to make our graveyard big. So instants and sorceries are the best way to do it. RMS Titanic, yeah, okay. We can look at vehicles too. So we looked at, yeah, some of the best 4-drop cards, or 4 mana instants and sorceries from the get-go. So then let's see if we can find, what's the next topic? So the next topic, MDFCs. Someone came up with MDFCs as a topic, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's actually kind of sick. MDFCs. Because MDFCs can be lands when we need them, or an instant or sorcery in the graveyard. So let's look at some MDFCs. MDCCs? No. MDFCs. Oh, it automatically on Turnabout, Awakening, Exhaust. Oh. There's definitely an Awakening spell. You can't use Scryfall? What? Okay, so first let's look at these our MDFCs. What MDFCs fit in here? So you don't necessarily need 4+ CMC spells. Slip out the back, for example. No, that will, in terms of triggering our commander, yes. We do need it for the sake of triggering our commander. We're gonna have good spells in here. Slip out the back is gonna go in here. But we do need our commander, because our commander doesn't look to flip unless it's a 4 CMC or greater spell. But yes, you are right. We still, like, you know, that part's fine. Awakening is enchantment, and Turnabout and Exhaust is an instant. Right, right. Awakening? Is it just Awakening? That there's like a lot of Awakening things. Commander's Awakening? Oh, it was the MDFCs, right? Valakut Awakening is sadly 3 mana, and it puts those cards to the bottom of our library, and then we draw that many cards plus 1. This deck is probably... but you know what? If it ends up in our graveyard... Or it's a land. Yeah, okay, that's true. Or it's a land. Yeah, that's right. MDFCs. Yep, boop. That's one there. Sorry about that. Oops. MDFC, yeah. Right. Valakut Awakening, Just Awakening, it's an older... Right. The only third counter needs to come from the Emperor. No! So, let's read the Emperor again. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, comma, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor. Then, if it has 3 or more counters on it, transform it. So he only gets counters if it's 4 mana or more. I see. Wait. I guess there's a period there. If he has 3 more counters on it, flip it. I guess you do have to... I guess it could... Yeah, creatures... The break is a comma in the period. But then, if it has 3 more counters... The then part is what annoys me. Because... The then part... Hold on. If it has 4 or more mana, put a counter on it. Then, if it has 3 or more counters on it, flip it. Now, it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell. If you don't... Right, the wording is weird, right? Because the thing is, like, typically for these abilities, if it's like, oh, anytime you cast a non-creature spell, blah, 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 but we're just checking if you, like, do a thing, then you can flip it. But it's a comma, and it doesn't say, the then is there, right? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if you took out the block that says if it has 4 or more mana, put a counter on it. If you blank that part out because you didn't reach that necessity. If you just scribbled that part out on the text, I mean, let's bring this back here because we do have to kind of figure this out if this is what our commander does. If you scribbled out this part here, if you scribbled this part out, typically that is when it would mean, like, yeah, if you didn't do any of this, the sentence is kind of supposed to make sense, right? Like, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, then if it has counters on it, transform it. That's what's throwing me off and, like, not coming up as, like, correct to me. What it does at the beginning of your upkeep and the opponent taps for the the upkeep, this is actually just whenever. So you can actually flip this on your opponent's turns. If you props Eidetic Memory, you can put some +1/+1 counters on them. Then later you cast a single 4 mana spell. Yes, that is true, Wobbler, and that's something that we're gonna look into. We did already say Tezzeret Gambit. Yeah. This is also true. Although it is cast, right? So like when you cast a Tezzeret Gambit, you kind of have to... Yeah. Drawn from Dreams, yeah. So anyway, okay, let's get back to what we were doing. Our commander only cares if we're spending 4 or more mana on a spell. Okay. Back to the cool topic that we had, which was MDFCs. Because there are some cool ones. I feel like red-black instant big spells deck is dog water, not enough big useful spells. Red-black big spells deck, not enough big... Which one? For what? For the one that we just did? I don't know about that one. Red-blue? Oh! If we've... Well, I mean, we're gonna build him anyway. I think he's sick. I think it's cool. I like Magic trying to force us to spend mana in order to do something fun. Also, I mean, all our commander needs to do is like have stuff in the graveyard to swing with. If like, you know, we only need them to, like, we could just do like all wheel typo if we really wanted to, and then just kind of like swing. Like, we could do that. We might still do that. What about some self-mill? Yes, we are going to do some self-mill. There's going to be some self-mill in here. Okay. MDFCs. I need some blue, red MDFCs that can go in here. We're just doing this topic by topic. Our plan is to cast multiple expels, so our turn 3 play should be a 4 mana rock. Correct. That is, we're going to do mana rocks after this. I have it written down right here, artifacts. But right now, MDFCs. The Valakut's Awakening we have. What's the Stupor? Sink into Stupor. Goes in here. Even if it doesn't trigger our commander, trigger the commander because it's not a because it's not 4 or more mana, it is still a spell. So if it ends up in our graveyard, right? Like say we didn't use it for land and it ends up in our graveyard, it's still an instant on the front. So that still counts for the yeah, Seagate. Thank you. Seagate Restoration. I mean, like, Seagate Restoration is a huge mana card, right? It costs like a ton. It's a pretty easy discard. You know, we can discard Seagate Restoration early game real easily. But if we somehow do get up to that much mana, then fine. Right? Hey, Pappy. Lorien Revealed. Lorien Revealed is an MDFC. That is arguably true. And I'm agreeing with you. Lorien Revealed is also works here too. Yep. Lorien Revealed being a land cycle card as well as a very castable draw spell. Hydroelectric Specimen, keep that in mind. Anything that can make you draw cards. Not everything. We actually want cards in our graveyard more than, like, almost more than drawing. We actually want cards in our graveyard. What other MDFCs? I know the other Mountain Cycling is a creature, so we don't want that one. What else? MDFCs. Anything like Sink in the Stupor. Oh, the Hydroelectric Specimen is a creature, which is specifically what our commander doesn't want to have. I see what you're saying. Jwari Disruption. Yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. Jwari Disruption is absolutely playable. It's absolutely playable, right? Like, it allows us to counter something early, or we get a land in play, right? It's not my favorite, you know, it ain't my favorite, but we can absolutely do this. Anything that's in the Stellar Precon, Celelee is crazy. Celelee is cracked. Celelee is not in this deck for sure, at all. Celelee is way too good. Any other? Commander's also a wizard. That's something to look at. Oh, and what's Salundi Vision? Thank you. Salim. Salundi Vision. Yep, I like Salundi Vision here. Perfect, and that's 6, and that, like, 6 is exactly kind of like what I wanted to reach in order to kind of talk about these things. You have that Precon, Chaos Orb, Chaos Warp. Yeah, Chaos Warp is sadly, well, good. It's a good thing that Chaos Warp is 3 mana because that makes it way more playable. All right. So these are the MDFCs. These are actually going to be pretty fun with, like, the theme of this deck, even though they're not all power mana value 4 or more, so we're not spending 4 mana on them. We do get to have them in our graveyard or on the battlefield as land. So it's either useful to us as land, or they're in our graveyard powering us up. That also means that we can run, like, less lands too. So the deck actually gets to be a little bit more powerful than one would kind of normally think. So let's go over to the topic page. I mean the the thing. Let's see. Valakut Awakening. Sink into Stupor. Seagate Resto. Guthrie Wright's History is more. Ooh, I like Guthrie Wright's History. We can do that. Lorien Revealed. Jwari. The artifact for Mana Vault, yes. Mana Vault is, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Mana Vault's just great, right? Slim Division. Slim Division. All right. Some good sorceries here. Okay, so then now in chat, that was MDFC, which was cool. Artifacts. Let us look actually. Yeah, let's look at some of the artifacts that we have, that we can actually choose from. Because as Wobbler made a really good point, is like the earliest artifacts that we're gonna want. Like on turn 2 we play our commander, but like turn 4 and stuff we want to start like playing big spells. For colorless, but you have to untap it if you don't want to take 4 damage. Yeah, which is we'll kind of see. Hey, greetings from Brazil. Hey, Hudson. Everflowing Chalice. We could pay for. Ooh, yeah. I like that a lot, actually. We can pump as much mana into this as we want. We can pump as much mana into this as we want, right? So like, let's look at artifacts. Let's look at some artifacts, right? So yeah, the first one up, Everflowing Chalice. That's a pretty good one. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Everflowing Chalice, because we can pump as much mana as we want into it later in the turn, right? So we could do what? Turn 1, mana. Turn 2, Emperor. Turn 3, land. Tap the Emperor, put the Everflowing Chalice out. Already get a +1/+1 encounter, and 2 colorless guaranteed for later turns. That's pretty good. That's pretty freaking good. That's pretty freaking good. Of course, Soul Ring. Yeah, Soul Ring. I mean, yeah, Soul Ring is going to be in there. But in terms of like cards that are kind of like worth us mentioning right now, Everflowing Chalice is pretty dope. Any other 4 mana rocks that are like particularly good here? Mox Diamond. I'm not trying to recommend people put in a Mox Diamond from the get-go. Just just like not really, like not personally. That's not going to be the first thing that we're talking about. That's all I mean. What? Ooh, Primal Amulet. Tempted to say Mox Amber. We could probably still run Mox Amber because our commander does cost 2 mana. So Mox Amber would still kind of go in here. It's just not something that we're like mentioning. It's like, hey, by the way, isn't this really cool? Crystal Skull. No, because that's historic spells, right? Historic lands and yeah, you can play historic lands and cast historic spells from the top of your library. I mean, yeah. Ancient Tomb for a land, not worth mentioning. Primal Amulet. Oh, no. Okay, we don't want things that make spells cost less, right? So, like, for example, like, Primal Amulet would technically be something that we want in this deck. Just to give you an example of, like, a 4 mana rock. Primal Amulet is not something that we want in this deck because it makes our spells cost less, which means that we don't spend 4 mana on them. So we actually don't want spell reduction in here. Ooh, Empowered Auto Generator. I like that, actually. Powered Auto Generator. Yeah, we could do some charge count, just a little bit of charge counter and proliferation on here, right? So Empowered Auto Generator costs 4, pretty expensive, but we do get it out, turn 3, at like right after our commander, which is not bad. And then this card starts like giving us more and more and more mana every freaking turn. Memory Vessel. Oh, I thought memory each player is in your library until entire players. Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, why would I want... I don't think this is very good. I mean, if someone can tell me how Memory Vessel is good, but like, Is this good? I mean, I don't like this. Personally, I don't like this at all. Exile Memory Vessel. Each player exiles 7. Until your next turn, players can only... Oh, they can play cards that exile this way. Oh, okay. From, like, the top 7? Like, I guess. Can't play from our hand? I don't really know if this does anything more, so... Firemind... Ooh, Firemind Vessel! Yes! Yes! This is what we're talking about. This right here. This is what we're talking about. This is a mana rock. Cost 4, but it's able to tap for 2 different colors. So we're always able to get blue and red here. This is good. This is a good one. This is a good one. What about an artifact that gives you life back? This deck doesn't need life. This deck is... It's blue-red. Is it like Spellslinger? We're not worried about life. If we give our commander lifelink, like that's like cool, because he does. Our commander if we gave our commander lifelink, and he does deal damage with his with this ability. Yeah, he deals damage to each of your opponents. That's cool. So we'll do that for our commander, but we're not going to go out of our way. We're not going out of our way. Machine God's Effigy, also very good. Machine God's Effigy, very, very good. Very, very good pick, Wobbler. It's good to have you, bud. Machine God's Effigy, very good. I'm gonna go and join one of your server if you start deck building. Appreciate that, Warlords. That's super cool of you. Fireman's supposed to be really good. Relic of Sauron. No, that's Grixis. Relic of Sauron's Grixis colors. Good try though. That would be sick. Relic of Sauron would be sick, but that's Grixis. What other mana rocks at 4? Or not even just mana rock. Oh. I was gonna say the blue and red crystal, but again, we don't want things that reduce our costs. We like objectively don't want that. Mana rocks. Anything else that super matters? Oh, there's like bad mana rocks, like Hedron Archive or something. Thran Dynamo? Oh, yeah. Thran Dynamo for sure. Absolutely. Stone Speaker's Crystal, yeah. Okay, is Stone Speaker Crystal better or worse than Relic? Eldrazi Relic or something? What's that other one? The original Hedron Archive. So this one says, oh sorry, let me clear that. This one says sacrifice it, exile any number of players' graveyards and draw a card. That's actually really good. And that's way better than sacrifice this artifact, draw 2 cards. Yeah, it's this one. A type of being able to exile our opponent's graveyards is actually huge. Cuz like it like you might not be doing a graveyard, although we are technically doing a graveyard deck, but we might not be running instants and sorceries that interact with our opponent's graveyards, but having a pretty influential card in our deck be able to just take them out in case we draw it, that's actually really, really good. Emry, Lurker of the Loch. Only does artifacts from the graveyard. That's not the worst. That is not the worst. That is not the worst thing I've ever heard. That's actually like a decent guess. Darksteel Citadel? Nah, no. No. That doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. It's too much mana. Here's a hot one. Ice Cauldron? I don't want to read this. I'm sorry. I actually just don't want to read the card. I'm sorry. I do not want to read the card. You're looking on Google for me? Oh, you don't have to do all that. Railroads. I have fun reading that. I know you do. Okay, so let's go over to the deck view so we can add these artifacts. These are good picks, chat. These are really, really good picks. Okay, so we got Everflowing Chalice. Everflowing Chalice, pretty good. I'm just gonna get a different print. Oh, look at that, Commander. Final Fantasy. Everflowing Chalice and Firemind. Vessel, really strong. And what was it? Auto generator. Powered auto generator. Thran Dynamo. And Machine God's Effigy. Lava Brink Floodgate. Ooh. Oh, that's also a good one. What's the Speaker's Crystal? Stone Speaker Crystal. There. Oh god, I would like art that I would recognize. Yeah, Stone Speaker's Crystal is really good here. All right. For a creature, you can have the reality chip. I don't want the reality. I don't. No. You know why I don't want the reality chip? I honestly don't think that we'll ever be in a position where we have so much mana that we are like, wow, I don't have enough cards in my hand to cast, but the top of my deck definitely has cards. Like, I don't even think that's possible, quite frankly. Sisei's Ring. 3 mana, but it makes 2 mana. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I think Sisei's Ring is fair. Oh, it's 4 mana that makes 2. That's right. Yeah. You can play lands from the top of your library, though. We can do that. We can do that. I think that we're gonna have enough draw. Personally, like I personally just think that we're gonna have enough cards in our hand where we're not gonna need it. Soul Ring. Let me just put Soul Ring in here because we do need it. Soul Ring, Talisman of Creativity. Arcane Signet. Arcane Signet. What else? What else does Blue Red need? You know the thing. We don't have Nomax hand size. That's true. We do need to make sure that we get that. Crystal Skull. I chose not Crystal Skull because it's only allowing us to play historic things from the top. Which yes, it will be artifacts, but we're only gonna have so many artifacts in the deck, right? Like here's 10, but I don't think there's gonna be that much more. Although I do like the Lava Brink that you talked about. Lava Brink. I do like getting red mana for that. Yeah, 4-drop artifact that taps for red. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick, actually. It's pretty sick. I actually really like that. What's the 2 mana rock that gives us no max hand size and taps for 1? The thing. You know the one. I know chat knows it. I know it. 2 mana Swift Boots? Yeah, I guess we can run Swift. Yeah, we want Swift Foot Boots. We want Swift Foot Boots for our commander. I don't think we want 2 mana rocks. Emperor. Oh, that's right! Wobbler. Thank you. You're so right about that. You're so right about that. We still at least want, like, Arcane Signet? No. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah. No, we don't even really want Arcane Signet. Not really. Not even Talisman. Our commander literally, our commander is actually just, like, all of those, but guaranteed. So, like, what if, yeah, no, that's, like, so true. That's so true. Good call. All right, let's go back over to the topics. Topics. All right. So, if you have Soul Ring, no, we have Soul Ring in here. If you have Soul Ring, you need it too. And we have Soul Ring in here. Okay. So now back to what's the next topic that we want to cover? We have good artifacts. I think we found good 4 mana artifacts that are pretty sweet. MDFCs check, artifacts check. Someone did say vehicles. We could do vehicles, but I don't think vehicles end up in our graveyard very often. So it's just meh. I think we want to. Oh, before we do the rest of the spells, I want to find creatures that matter. Like creatures that kind of have to go into this deck to kind of amplify what we're doing. Especially if we're able to kind of stay within the Final Fantasy set. There are some cards in here that do kind of just fit with the whole Final Fantasy vibe. I know one of them's called Shantoto. Holy shit. That's sick art. Shantoto. So let's see. The topic here is going to be FF cards. Boo, 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 boo. Final Fantasy cards that we can run in this deck right here. FF cards. First one, Shantoto, Tactician Magician. Oh wow, it is Tactician Magician. I thought I actually just accidentally said that. Tella, yeah, Tella is also true. The Prowess Wizard, that when you cast or copy a spell, draw a card. Yeah. Arcanist, or Archmage Emeritus, yeah. Tella the Great Sage, but I gotta put the funky art though, because we only play. Damn, heroes look sick. We only play this art, and we don't play any other art of Tella. Tella the Great Sage. Boop. Super cool, funky man. Non-creature spell 4 or greater. Like, and there's like a couple of cards that like are doing that in this set is the thing, you know. I mean, hey, listen, you know, we could run Vivi in here. We could run Vivi. But like clearly we're not making like this in like this deck in such a way where like Vivi is necessarily what's making us win. But Vivi does, you know, I mean, like Vivi in the general sense of like the Final Fantasy cards that goes with what this deck is doing, Vivi's here. Are we trying to combo off of Vivi? No, not at all. We're trying to literally just tap for mana so that we can do more things. But like I'm not stressing running Vivi in this deck. I think it's totally fine. I think it's totally fine. But I do want to find some Final Fantasy cards that kind of go in here. What about that one creature that happens? That counts how many instances sorcerers in a graveyard? There's a couple like that. Which one are you referring to? Dreams of Laguna? Ooh, okay, what's that? Dreams of Laguna. Surveil 1, then draw a card with flashback for 4. Cast this card for its flashback cost. And you are spending 4 mana to do the cost. So yeah, Dreams of Laguna technically does, yeah, surveil, then draw a card. It's not bad. Hejon or something like that? Let me see. Hejon? Is that in the Final Fantasy thing? Hejon? No, it's not Hejon. Let's see. Oh, it's not in the Final Fantasy set? Okay, well, we're looking at that right now. Let's see. Blitzball. Buster Sword, we're not doing. Cargo Ship. Call the Mountain Chocobo. Huh. I mean, technically. Combat Tutorial. Counter up to a creature you control. Shoko Comet deals X damage to any target. Make a Chocobo. Commander Elixir? Huh. Ether. Oh, what is this? Exile this artifact, add blue. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. Oh my god, what? Wait, that's kind of cool. This card's kind of cool. I mean, this card's like kind of sick, actually. This is actually kind of dope. Oh. Wait, chat, we can play tiered magic. We can play tiered magic. We can play like fire magic. Ooh. The main issue with Ether is it exiles itself instead of going to the grave. Right, yeah, no, 100%. But it's not that bad. Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah. Are they that good? Well, we'll look at them. We'll look at them right after. Let me get these 6 here that we're looking at. We'll look at the tiered magic in just a second. Let me see if there's any other of those cards that kind of really need to go in here. Judgment Bolt, 5 damage to target creature, X damage to that creature's controller, where X is the number of equipment you control. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. 6 damage to a creature, surround equipment, Laughing Mad. Discard a card, draw 2, flashing back. No. The main annoyance of Fire Magic is you jump from 3 mana to 6. Yeah, and Fire Mana to 6 mana needs to be the second 4-drop spell to not kill the Emperor. Yeah, yep, super true. Prompto? Prompto. Oh, does Prompto help here? Is Prompto good? Doesn't he just, like, whenever you cast a non-creature spell... Oh! Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, that's so on point. Nice call. Who said that? Good job. That's sick. Yeah, Prompto so works here. It's like he was kind of meant for this deck. What the fuck? Wait, what? Yo, that's sick. Good call. Good, super good call. Wow. All right, cool. Let's bring those over. Let's put them in the deck. We have... Oops. Hello? Magic the Gathering. Okay. Prompto. Argentum. What a name. Prompto. We have Ether. Right? It's just straight up called Ether. Can you... God, that's gonna be a bitch to find. Fuck. Okay. I really don't want to find this card. There we go. Add to main deck. Sorry, I know that was like an absolute pain to look at. Ether, Vivi. Vivi's just in here, you know? Vivi is just in here. Vivi Ornithur. Neighborhood Ablaze. Okay, hold on to that one. Talon? Talon? What's this guy's name again? Tella and Shintoto. Shantoto and Talon. Tella. There we go. Tella. Yeah, these are cool. These, yeah, Final Fantasy, we get to... So, I guess, like, like, if I want to search for something, I should do, like, whenever you cast non-creature, I think that'll narrow down the list for, like, looking at all the Final Fantasy cards, but I don't even really need to narrow down the list that hard. They're not too hard to find. Alright, let's go back to the topic, and then we're still honestly on the topic of Final Fantasy cards, because this is a really cool mix of creatures. Everything is broken. What else is there? Good call on Prompto again. That was really good. Prompto. Which one did you say? You said Nibelheim Ablaze? Nibelheim Ablaze. A flame. Thank you. I was specifically not able to find it. Choose target creature control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. The spell is cast from your graveyard. Discard your hand and draw 4 cards. Easy, dude. Nice. Real nice. Yep. Very good call. Very good call. What else do we got? Snort. Should be right here. Snort. Each player may discard their hand and draw 5 cards. 5 damage to each creature who discard their hand this way. Or each player? Yeah, sure. And it has flashback, too. Would you want protection from other colors with this deck because of counter spells? We do have our own counter spells to use if we really want, although we will be casting quite a few spells on our own turn. We will have cards like Slip Out the Back and some other things to protect our commander. But that you do make a good point, Railroad. We do need to make sure that our commander is safe. However, our commander just costs 2, which means if he dies, okay, he costs 4. All right, like, hey, listen, we could technically convince people to not even like kill our commander because like, what's the even matter? Yeah, he'll just come back, kill something else. We could. Not everyone will always do that, but we could. Huh. What else for 4 or more? He's not the Dragon, which exactly. He's not the Dragon. You can convince people to not, get rid of the Dragon, but I think I can convince people to not kill my dude. Retrieve the Esper. We did a flame. Yeah. Yeah, we did a flame. Rook turret. No. Self-destruct. Side quest card collection. When this enchantment enters, just draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards at the beginning of your end step. If 8 or more cards in your graveyard, transform the enchantment into magic card. Oh, it's literally just a 4/4 vehicle. Okay, thank you. Sorceress Schemes. Return target instant sorcery card from your graveyard or exiled card with flashback into your hand and add a red. So for 4 mana, we get a spell back and then we get a red mana. I don't think that's very great. I don't think that's that great, right? Do we get the Summon Esper thing? No. Which one's that one? Let me see. Summon Esper. I haven't looked at any of that. Oh no, the Espers are creatures, so they would not count in our graveyard. Summon. Which one? Which one is like particularly good? Hey Equinox, how you doing? What about the Red Dragon token sorcery? Which one? Summon Esper Ramoth. Let me see. 4 mana. It's not a non-creature spell though. It is an enchantment creature because of the saga part, or it's a saga. So that this creature does damage equal the number of non-creature non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls, and the wizards get +1. Yeah, like that one. Good for a general deck, but this deck specifically, like 4 mana that doesn't trigger our commander just to like probably like blap 1 creature only late game. Nah, too slow. Deal damage to a creature, not to an opponent. You forgot the name, which yeah. Memories Returning. I hate reading it though. Memories Returning. Is that just like a straight up card, or is it from the deck? Memories Returning. Wow, that's fucking art. Jesus. Memories Returning. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand, and choose an opponent. They put 1 at the bottom of your library, then you put 1 into your hand, then put 1 at the bottom of your library, and put the other. It's fine. We would prefer if they ended up in our graveyard rather than our hands. Like Fact or Fiction technically does more for us than Memories Returning would. King of the Lucy. Ring of the Lucy. Let me see. 4 mana, pay. Tap target non-land permanent. Yeah, you can prevent yourself from taking damage. I'm just gonna add that straight to the thing. Ring of. Oh, it actually does No, that actually fits the category of what we're talking about. Never mind. You're so true for that. Good call. Memories Returning is still a draw 3 with selection. Like, yes, it is still a draw 3 with selection. Is there perhaps maybe not better? Like, I think draw 3 with selection is arguably like only so much better than like draw 2, but like discard only so much. I think Realm Sketching for copy. Realm Sketching. The character. 4 mana, create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. I can't see how that could hurt, right? I don't think that could hurt. I don't think that's the worst. Observe stasis. Enchant creature and opponent control. Ooh, with flash too. When this aura enters, remove enchanted creature from combat, then draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and you know what? I actually think that's pretty sick. We get to shut down someone's commander and draw some cards and make our commanders sexy. Awaken the Sky Tyrant is the name of the token dragon card. That's not too bad. We're not super big on like making dragons for the sake of it. If a source in the opponent controls deals damage, so you sacrifice this and make a 5/5. No, this thing stops, like, responds to 1 bit of damage just to make a 5/5. Not super worth it. Got Blade of the Bloodchief. Oh, yeah. Blade of the Bloodchief. Whenever a creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. So the only issue with Blade of the Bloodchief is just that, like, so, like, yes, our commander does want +1/+1 counters. And when he flips, I think he gets flying, right? Actually, he doesn't even get flying. So, like, it honestly doesn't matter if our commander has 50 +1/+1 counters or just gets to 3, right? It doesn't really matter. All we want to do is, like, flip him, let him attack in some way, shape, or form, but he kills everyone because we have a graveyard full of things. That's the main reason we want counters. We're not hyper fixated on actually, like, Voltroning him to get him counters, right? We're not hyper fixated on that. Prompto Argento. Yeah, we already have Prompto in there. I thought you were the one that said Prompto. I said that was like a really good pick. Was it not you? They would get something with fly. It's good to have something with flying just in case. The One Ring? Oh, God, yeah. I mean, we could suggest the One Ring. It's basically like suggesting Vivi, but at least Vivi's from the set. And I mean, yeah, like, listen, hey. I don't think I need to tell someone that the One Ring is great, you know? I don't think I need to do that. Any of the tiered spells good? Thunder Magic? No. Travel the Overworld. Draw 4 cards. Affinity for Towns? No. Thief's Knife? No. Triple Triad. Beginning of your upkeep. Each player exiles the top card of your library. Blah, 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 blah. $100 card though, yeah, like, it's not really like much of a recommendation. At the very least, Vivi's from this set, right? Vivi's only in here because, like, Vivi's a good card from this set. The One Ring, like, I could recommend that card, but, like, you know, meh. Can leave the Game Changers out because they're boring. That's also super fair. Clout of Dominus for cheap protection. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll get to, actually, we can make protection the next topic that we go over to make sure our commander stays alive. But I think we covered all of the blue-red spells from the set that kind of, like, really fit in here. Oh, let me check the commander set really fast. Oh, yeah, let me check the commander set really fast. Anger. Oh, Anger's in the. Oh yeah, Anger is in the set. Turns out. Archmage Emeritus is technically, chat, in the Final Fantasy precon, which counts as a Final Fantasy card that just has to be added to the deck. It has to be, bro. Choose draw a card for each kind of counter on it. Okay. Oh, big scores in here too. Champion's Helm, Kate Sith, beginning combat, scry 1, exile top card, blah 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 blah. Chaos Warp, Combustible Gear Hulk, Colossus Hammer, Dig Through Time. I mean, we could dig through time. You know, honestly, we could dig through time for 4, right? Like, oh no, we don't. No. We don't want to exile cards from our graveyard. We actually don't want to do that. That actually would suck. So let's not do that. We actually don't want dig through. We actually don't want dig through time, nor Treasure Cruise. Not really. Not like on a guaranteed there's always lands in our graveyards to take away, you know? Inexorable Tide, we don't really want that much. Inspiring Statuary, Into the Story. Ooh. Into the Story costs 3 less, so it costs 4 mana at instant speed. If an opponent... it costs 3 less if an opponent has 7 more cards in their graveyard, draw 4 cards. I think Into the Story could be playable. We're not milling our opponents. Mizzix Mastery? Well, no. If we cast Mizzix Mastery with the flashback, which is kind of why we run Mizzix Mastery, all of those cards get exiled from our graveyard. Which, technically, I mean, we could technically, like, end up refilling our graveyard by doing that, but... I mean, it do be goofy. It do be goofy. I you know? Weird, wacky things could happen, where we do just kind of end up with a bigger graveyard. Our commander only triggers... only so much. I thought it was 4. Oh, Mizzix Mastery on the... if you want to just copy, like, recast a single spell, it does cost 4. And then if you want to do every spell, it does cost more. But yeah, that's actually pretty... Oh, let's see. We have a spell in our graveyard. Probably because the Emperor made it happen. And then we target something with Mizzix Mastery for 4 mana. Trigger the Emperor. Cast that spell again. Oh, no. Mizzix Mastery says that we cast them without their mana value, right? Like for free. Which means we do not spend mana on the spell, so the Emperor does not see those triggers. Which, again, isn't the worst thing in the world, because we could just end up playing a bunch of spells that end up with a bigger graveyard. But, like, what if, like, every spell just kind of, like, rocked, right? Visions of Ruin? Each opponent sacrifices an artifact. For each artifact, you make a treasure token. The flashback, you know, we'll probably never cast it, but, like, I mean, 4 mana, you get rid of... I mean, hey, listen, one person's going to have treasures, but not every player. And that's pretty fair. Visions of Ruin could be playable here. It's still good value? Kinda. It's good value without, like, by not looking at our commander. And I'm just kind of I'm kind of interested in just making sure that we're always looking at our commander. Do you want to copy spells too? No, because copying spells is done for free. We don't spend mana on copied spells. So therefore our commander doesn't see those spells. So I would prefer, I think it's better to not, you know. Archmage Emeritus, by the way. Alright, so let's go. Let me add these two. Let me add these to the deck. We had a lot of these already. It was Snort. Right? Unless we already added Snort. No, we didn't. Snort. And Lucy. Ring of the Lucy. And Archmage Emeritus. Archmage Emeritus, and obviously, what's the other one? The other Kiln Fiend, Stormkiln Artist. We'll just throw that in now. What about the red rod and blue? So the red and blue crystals reduce the cost of blue and red spells. Meaning, if we wanted to play a red spell like Pirate's Pillage, it would only cost us 3 mana, which means that we don't spend 4 mana on it. Bottle Cap Blast? Ooh, yeah, we can look at X spells now. I think that should be the next topic we go over, because X spells allow us to kind of like throughout the game we can kind of cast this at any time. All right. New topic. We have X spells. Okay, so with X spells, the first one we already have the X Shark spell. Oh, you know what? A bunch of 4/4 sharks is kind of dope, actually. You could play giant spells with reducers. So yes, we could make a deck that's like, okay, we do run a bunch of reducers, but all the spells that we're playing are like 7 drops that we're bringing down to 4. But the thing is, if we hit the side of our deck that doesn't have reducers, and we just have big spells in our hand, it makes the deck like even more difficult to play, and that's just why I don't want to rely on that. One spell reducer in this version of the deck would ruin the whole deck. Whereas in the deck version that you're talking about, like, we would have to make sure that we guarantee get reducers all the time, and that those spells are worth it. Do you just say you love the love of your life, Shark Typhoon? Yeah, absolutely. Shark Typhoon. So Shark Typhoon, I'm gonna actually count. You know what? I actually count Shark Typhoon as X spell because it has X and spells in it. So, let me take that away. X spells. Shark Typhoon's a good one, right? It's not just a spell that costs X, but it's a spell that cares about how much mana you're putting in throughout the game. X spells. What was the other one? Someone said Bottle Cap Blast. Bottle Cap Blast. Improvise. Yeah, it's kind of... Well, you only want to improvise for one, right? 5 damage on the target. Excess damage. Make that many tapped treasure tokens. How often have you been able to use Bottle Cap Blast successfully? And this is a legitimate question, Wobbler. Because I've tried to put Bottle Cap Blast in a deck or two, and it's never done what I wanted. Blue Sun Zenith, yeah, Blue Sun Zenith is pretty good. I like it better than Blue Sun Twilight. Improvise produces mana. Does it now? Pays for... Yeah. Each artifact you tapped after you're done activating mana abilities pays for 1. Is that how that works? I mean, like a legitimate question. Is that how that works? Each artifact you tap after you've done activating mana abilities pays for 1, huh? It counts? Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm down for that then. What does Blue Twilight even do? It's like bad. Gain control of target creature with mana value X or less. If X is 5 or more, create a token that's a copy of that creature. Like, okay. You know, woo. Blue Sun Zenith. Epic Experiment. Yeah. No. Because Epic Experiment. Exile the top X cards of your library. You may cast instant or sorcery spells with mana value X or less from among them without paying their mana costs. So, again, those spells get paid for free. You don't put any mana into those extra spells. It is a decent card in terms of like Spell Slinger and all that stuff. But we do... I mean, it is already not like a blue-red staple in the first place. And now it will make sure that our deck halfway works with our commander. Also, our entire deck isn't instants and sorceries. We have artifacts in here too. Curse of the Swine, thank you. Curse of Swine. Curse of the Swine, pretty good. Like, even if we did, like, even like 4 mana to take out the 2 most annoying creatures on the battlefield is pretty worth it, I gotta say. Pretty heckin' worth it. Bonfire of the Damned. Bonfire. Yeah, we could actually do Bonfire. Bonfire of the Damned. X damage to target creature and each creature they control. Oh, sorry, X damage to target player. And then Miracle. Miracle for X is pretty interesting. I don't think with that... I mean, because this is a Spellslinger deck that is drawing cards pretty consistently, we're almost never going to get the Miracle cost, right? And I think because of that, it's kind of a big problem. March of Ghost or something. Yeah. We could... Yeah. That counts. We just need to... We do need to acknowledge that we can't... So March of Swirling Mist, if we do the exile blue card from our graveyard to make it cost 2 less, you know, we just gotta like remember that part. But yeah, this is I think this goes in here. Then return to Kama. What's up? Return to Kama? The hell is Kama? We can do return the favor. That's funny. What does the red one even do? Which one? Drawn in Dream. Oh, Drawn in Dreams may not be good, but it's very funny. If Emperor's flipped, he can. Oh, yeah. Drawn in. No, I think Drawn in Dreams is a great call. Yeah, Drawn in Dreams is pretty good. Because its target player mills twice X, right? Like, we can target ourselves to draw cards and target ourselves to mill cards. And it's also instant speed, right? So depending on what we want to do, we are able to kind of like, you know, mess around with stuff. And which one? The red face spell? I think it's exile top cards. Blue Sun Zenith we have already. That's it's right there. It's the second card over there. The red one, yeah, March of is like I think it's exile top cards and you can cast them next turn or maybe this turn actually. I think that's why people don't play it. All right, these are good ones. Let's bring this over to the Mox field. Bottle cap. Bottle cap. Blast. Blue Suns Zenith. Shark Typhoon. Give us a variable amount of big sharks. Much better than the Dragon Drown in Dreams. It's a very good one. March of Swirling. Oops, sorry. Look. Marco Reckless Joy, yeah. Exile top cards. You can play 2 of those cards until the end of your next turn. Yikes. Fucking hate that. Power Sink. Let me see. Yeah, Drawn in Dreams is enough for what we want to do. Comet Storm. Comet Storm, I think, does damage to the whole board, which is a problem for our commander. Although, I mean, it might not be a problem for our commander, because he does get +1/+1 some counters. Yeah, no, so someone mentioned, what was that X spell that deals damage, and then every time something dies, you get a treasure? I think Wobbler mentioned it. Curse of the Swine. Spiteful, thank you. I think Spiteful Banditry can go in here. Spiteful Banditry. Oh, I forgot it's an enchantment, yeah. Yeah, X damage to each creature. Whenever one more creatures your opponent's control die, create a treasure token. And like, yes, it only triggers once a turn, but people's creatures die all the time, right? Like, there's a pretty significant chance that we get quite a couple treasures from there. Look at Cut and Ribbon. Cut 2 ribbons? I'm pretty sure Cut to Ribbons is like a red-black card. Yeah, it's like cut / ribbon. Yeah. I don't know. Is it not that? Cut and ribbons? Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, it's if it's a card ribbon. There's only 2 ribbon cards, and it's not those. Yeah, it's cut 2 ribbons. Is the technical name, and that's a red-black card. Power Sink. Power Sink. Sounds like a really old card. Sounds like a counter spell. Then I'll pay X. Target spells caster may draw and pay all available mana from lands and mana pool until X is paid. Hold on. Counter a spell. If its caster does not pay X, target spell's caster may draw and pay all available mana from lands and mana pool until X is paid. They may also pay mana from other sources if desired. It's a weird one. It's too weird. I'd certainly have to explain to people how it's used. Not an X spell, but one with the machine. We're running enough 4-mana Mana Rocks that would normally be a 4-mana draw 4. I have quite a couple artifact decks, and I have never once run one with the machine. Is that pretty good here? Are we feeling that one? Oh yeah, if we have a legendary creature out, that's kind of big too, right? Because isn't it historic or no? Oh no, it's only artifact, right? There's a card that does the same thing, but it's historic spell, right? Isn't there a historic spell one? And it costs the same amount of mana. I think it's like literally the same card. Traverse Eternity. There we go. Traverse Eternity. Yeah, same thing. Draw cards equal to the highest mana value among historic permanents you control. Yeah, I mean, it's like same thing, same like literally everything. Oh, okay, three in a blue versus 2 blue. So we have some March of Swirling Mist in here, yeah. But hey, on the off chance that Tella the Great Sage is in here, then like cool, we do that one instead. We have March of Swirling Mist in here. It's a good call. March of Swirling Mist is a good card here. Okay, so then what's the next kind of like aspect of cards? We have 40 cards in here. There's a lot more that we can put in. I'm trying to think what like the next topic would be. We have X spells. We have some pretty decent X spells in here. I think now we're just after. Are there any other creatures like outside the Final Fantasy that really matter? We have Archmage Emeritus, which is technically in the Final Fantasy set, so it doesn't count. And Stormkill Artist. Are there any other creatures that like really matter? Urabrask lets us keep on, like gives us a mana when we cast spells. Bergie can obviously work too. I don't think that this deck is like super. Oh no, yeah, we do. We also need to make sure that we have a lot of lower cost cards in here that can fill our graveyards. Walking Ballista is not what we want in this deck at all. Walking Ballista is a creature. Let's see. Oh my god. Isn't Gibson given 4 mana? Gibson's 4 mana. Alright, let's look at some value creatures. Value creatures are next. Value creatures that are outside of Final Fantasy. Value creatures. We were just talking about this card earlier, and I think it's pretty crazy that we haven't mentioned it yet, but Dragon Rage Channeler. That's going to let us keep on surveilling over and over and over again. I mean, Dragon Rage Channeler on turn 1, turn 2, our commander, like, we just, I mean, we start just casting non-creature spells left and right? Like, we just start going in. We don't want things that reduce our costs at all. Let's see. Do we want extra combats? I don't think so. Because, like, Fear of Missing Out lets us attack again, and he costs, like, 2. How do you want the study card? What's up? How would you want the study card? We prefer extra turns to extra combats. Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Rhystic study? No. I mean, sorry, that no was too casual. Yes, we do want Rhystic study. No, I don't feel like putting that in this deck. Like, no, I don't feel like that being like what we're all about here. Like, it's totally fine. Mists of Lorien, replicate. Lets us spend 4+. Mists of Lorien. Mists of Lorien. Oh, when you cast a spell, copy it for each time you... Oh, yeah. Return target non-land permanent and each other non-land permanent with the same mana value as that permanent to their owner's hands. Huge. Huge. Huge spell. Good call. I'm going to put that directly into the list. Mists of Lorien. Good job. Creatures. Oh, Moraine River Regent. Hold on. We could play Moraine River Regent. Because the instant part being 4 mana, and then later we do just have like a dragon that, what, bounces 2 non-land permanents? It's kind of sick. Although in our graveyard it only counts as a creature, though. Would you want something with Storm in it? No, I don't think we're going to cast enough cards, enough spells. Maybe we do. I might be over or underestimating. Gifts and Givens, yeah. I know that we were like kind of ignoring the like we were kind of like initially like, hey, let's just like ignore the game changers, but I mean Gifts is just fine. Gifts is still kind of like being proven to be like, you know, super mega messed up or not. So I like Moraine River Regent though. This seems fun. Although, yeah, Moraine River Regent is a creature in our graveyard, though, which kind of does... That part kind of sucks. Let me... Oh, there's a Final Fantasy card we missed. Oh, there is a Final Fantasy card that we missed. They really do. I am telling you, chat, I think that this whole, like... cast non-creature spell if 4 or more mana was spent to cast it, do a thing. I think that's going to be a mechanic within the year. Whenever we do the thing that our deck does, tap a creature an opponent controls and stun it. For 2 mana, like, this guy's not really that far out the way. Like, yeah, we're going to play our commander first, but, like, this ain't bad. Bloodthirsty Adversary. It does... Bloodthirsty Adversary... enters the battlefield number of times, counters on it, exile instant sorcery spell 3 or greater, cast without casting. No, this is like cast spells for free. We don't want things that cast spells for free. Have we mentioned Overload yet? Vandal Blast. Vandal Blast. Vandal Blast. Yep. Yep, Vandal Blast. Good call. We have not talked about yet, but that is super, super fair. We can definitely Vandal Blast our opponents in this deck and not feel bad about it. Yeah, I'm going to put that directly into the deck list. Vandal Blast. Vandal Blast. Mizium Mortars? Yeah, that does 4 damage to their board. Mizium Mortars also works here for how much? 8? Or for 6? We can do it for 6, yeah. Is there any Saga that would be helpful? Sadly, not really, because Sagas count as creatures, because they're enchantment creatures. So both when we cast them and in our graveyard, they do not help our commander on either end. They could have good abilities, don't get me wrong, but like, on either end, they don't do what the deck is clearly trying to do, so I'm not really like super into all of that. Sagas, not summons? Oh, you're so right about that. Just enchantments in general, right? Classes even. Oh, there's that one class. Hold on, that'll be the next topic. I still want to look for creatures. Enchantments that we can put in the deck. We have like 1 or 2 already. There's probably at least 2 Sagas. In terms of creatures though, Sulfum. Sulfum Mayhem Dominus. So if a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent opponent controls, it deals double that damage instead. So if we can get our commander out and Sulfum, swing, not Sulfum? Why not? Is that not what our commander does? Deals X damage to each opponent where X is... yeah, why not? There's another? Oh, is there another, maybe like an enchantment? Oh, duh. Of course there's enchantments. Of course there's enchantments. Yeah. Um. Um. Oh, City on Fire. I don't really want to put City on Fire. Convoke. Yeah, triple. I mean, this could allow us to just win the game. You know what I mean? Like, if our commander's out, and then we, like, tap all but our commander for City on Fire, flip our commander, and then swing, we do just get to actually just beat people out of nowhere. Keranos, God of Storms, counts as a creature, and is a little too slow. Yeah, I think City on Fire can totally work here. Like, City on Fire can be the thing that flips our commander, and then our commander swings, and we just actually just, like, people just die. And they were not expecting it. Eris, Roar of the Storm. Eris needs us to cast 2 spells a turn, and we don't do that. Not reliably. Trying to think. Any other big creatures? Oh, well, I guess that's not. City on Fire is not a creature, but oh yeah. Let me take out value. Let me take that out because now it's not a value creature. But City on Fire is a really good enchantment. City on Fire. But I am looking for creatures specifically that like go in here. Does Veyran work? I mean, Veyran works. Veyran triggers our commander pretty quickly. I mean, Veyran makes our commander flip harder, but I don't even think we really care about that, right? Like, we do care. But our commander's gonna flip when we do the spell thing, which is what the deck wants to do. So, Veyran is a damage doubler? You're right. Is he still a wizard god? Is he still a wizard god? He is a wizard god. Yep, so true. Never mind. Yep, Demon Noble Wizard. You're so true. You're so true for that. Yep, Veyran does work here. God, Veyran is what a card Veyran is, huh? Ain't that just a crazy thing? Veyran works here. We could put Roaming Throne for wizards too, I guess. How many wizards are in here? Harmonic, yes, Harmonic Prodigy. I like that way more. We actually have quite a couple wizards in here. Yeah. But I like Harmonic. Eris costs 2 less to cast for each instant sorcery. He's also a good creature. It makes dragons. I could be wrong, but doesn't Eris want us to cast Eris? We do like stuff in our graveyard. 2 less to cast. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, make a dragon with flying. It's actually not too bad. Because we're going to have different mana value. Oh, wait. Different mana value. I mean, we will have different mana values among cards in our graveyard. That's not too bad. Eris isn't a bad creature. I could run him. He's a warlock, not a wizard. Alright. I see you, Eris. I definitely don't care, like, the dragon part doesn't necessarily, like, pique my interest, but, I mean, we do make flying sharks that are 4/4s, so having flying dragons that just, like, are here simply because why not is also pretty good. Not really anything wrong with that. Yeah, I think those are some pretty value creatures. And I think after this, the rest of the deck can just be, like, the smaller spells, right? That just kind of make sure that the deck keeps on running. Because we can't just do, like, only 4 drops or more, or less. So let's go over to deck building view. And oops. Sorry, are we still going? Okay. Sorry about that. There we go. Let me add. We're adding DFC, DRC, Dragon Rage Channeler. Is that surveils for us? We're gonna add Meringue, River Regent. We're gonna add, what is this thing called? It's, Ultros? Ultros. We got, Harmonic, Prodigy, Veyran, Voice of Duality, and Eris. Eris, pretty fine. Going to bed. Good night. Good luck. Thank you very much, Owl Railroad. Appreciate you. Mystic Confluence and Fiery Confluence. Is Fiery Confluence, is that? Oh, that was not the right Fiery card. Fiery Conclusion, not quite the same. Fiery I thought that cost 3. Oh, right, is this one, not the Chandra one. Yeah. Yeah. 2 damage, like your commander will be bigger than the damage that this does to each creature already. Or damage to opponent, or destroy artifact. I like that, good call. And then Confluence. Mystic Confluence does cost a lot of mana. We have to like hold 5 mana up though, right? That's kind of a lot. It's kind of a lot, right? But still not a bad card. 2 creatures hand. Yeah, get rid of 2 creatures that are about to kill me or win the game. And counter spell. Yeah. We're fine. Yeah, if it's not covered. Yeah, this is so true. I'm trying to see. We could run Leyline of Anticipation in here, right? Like, we could run the Leylines just to, like, always have something, you know? Leyline and the what's the other 4-drop? Not the creature one, because I mean the creature one could die. Leyline of Anticipation and the artifact. I mean, no, I don't. There's a new Leyline. Gilded Lotus. Oh shit. Yeah, good call. Yeah, super good call. How did we forget about Gilded Lotus, bro? That's sick. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, good call, date. There's another I know there's like a fairy that's a new Leyline of Anticipation, but I thought there was another non-creature one. Maybe not. But I mean, hey, 1 Leyline in here is like cool if we get it. If not, honestly, even if we get it, like we still just play with the Emperor. Vedalken Orrery, yeah, that one's like High Fate Trickster's a creature version, which I don't necessarily want because, like, 1, it can die easier, it doesn't do anything for our commander. Vedalken Orrery does. How much is Vedalken Orrery? Oh, it's only $6. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm okay with recommending like a $6 card that, you know, it does like a cool thing. I mean, it fits what we're doing. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, either of those can like, kind of work. Okay, so we're at 56 cards in the main board now. I really want to make sure we fill the rest of the cards up with the smaller instants and sorceries that kind of like the deck needs to function. So let's get those kind of like basic things that it needs in order to survive things in, and then kind of call it there. Away. So topic is gonna be just, I mean, just is it upkeep, right? Just like small mana, is it upkeep? Like, we are a little all over the place with our like mana. Slip out the back, right? Slip out the back is like definitely one of them. We are a little all over the place with our mana because, like, 1, our commander taps for mana. We have like big mana rocks, you know, like real big ones that start generating quite a bit of stuff for us. But yes, 100% one of these is going to be slip out the back. slip out the back. Slip out the back. A braid, sure. There's that one Chandra, that one card that's drawn by Magali that has Chandra on it. That's like X red. Yeah, it's X red. Destroy X target artifacts. You know. A fumble? The fuck is fumble? Fumble. Oh, return target creatures on his hand, gain control of all auras and equipment that are. You know what? Honestly, in a post cloud commander deck world, I think Fumble's outrageously playable. Actually, I think Fumble's crazy playable. For one more mana than a braid. I'm sorry. For one more mana than a braid, we could destroy all 2-drop artifacts, which we're not even running. I like that. I like that a lot. Good call. And then if we do it for 4, then we get rid of everything. Fumble, I think Fumble's super playable. With current day Magic as it is. Actually, no, hold on. Do I want Fumble in this deck? I mean, kinda. We do get to, like, mess with our opponents out of nowhere. There still is return target creature to its owner's hand for 2. Which could be worse. Could be worse. But we already have one card in here that, like, exiles our opponent's graveyard, even though that's not really, like, the purview of our deck. I think being able to absolutely savage the equipment decks is not bad. Also, we get to attach people's boots to our creatures. Although, I guess we can't really get past the boots. Anyway. What other small things do we need in here? Slip out the back. We have March of the Swirling Mists. Do we need Opt in here? No. Faithless Looting. Right? Like, we want Faithless Looting more than Opt. Consider. Yes. Yep. Yep. Consider. Thought Scour. I mean, at least I like Consider because we can choose, right? Thought Scour, like, we kind of have to, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Target player mills. Oh wait, no, mills 2 cards. I think we can do both. I think we can fit both in our schedule. I think we can fit both in our busy schedule. Yep. All right, let me add these cards here. Let me add them. Thought Scour and Meltdown and Slip out the back and Fumble and Faithless and Consider. Yeah, I like these. 62 cards, and so we have 62 cards in the main deck. We could do a 38 land deck, but we do have MDFCs. We specifically mentioned that we have MDFCs, so that means that we're kind of like free to move about the cabin here. So let me just put in like 10 as Lynn. 10 mountain. So we have 25 lands. Let me add. Oops, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, 38 lands, including MDFCs. We have 33 lands just like straight off the rip, which I think is fine. Yeah, I like having 38 lands. Oh, we don't even have the one red flip card, the one red MDFC that lets us put an instant sorcery back into our hand. We didn't even have that. Alright, so we have 5 more cards. We have room for 5 more cards, chat. But I think we're kind of probably just going along with the same theme of just like, give me like the good Izzet spells that kind of have to go in these sorts of decks, you know? Transition. So yeah, still back on just like the Izzet good stuff. Inspiration from Beyond. From Beyond. Oh yeah. Oh, I actually haven't used this card yet. Mill 3, then return it. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. Sucks that it costs 3. Like we're like right there, you know. But that's not bad. Inspiration from Beyond, cool. Mission briefing. I was wondering, mission briefing, because we do get to surveil 2, and then choose an instant or sorcery from our graveyard. I mean, we can cast it this turn. This turn is pretty cool. If that card spell will be put to your graveyard exile instead, it's like we do like lose the card, but we also like put 3 cards into our graveyard, surveil 2, and this mission briefing itself. I think mission briefing is pretty good. Okay, 2 more cards or 3 more cards. Yeah, fumble is a good one. We don't have like opt-in here. Is there not more like cathartic reunion? Don't we need kind of more like discard wheels? We could have a wheel in here. Jessica's Will. We could do Jessica. Yeah, we could do Jessica's Will. We do Jessica's Will. Is there anything? Okay, and actually before the last card. Sorry, we have 2 more options. Windfall. We can do one kind of like. One big old windfall. That's perfectly fine. Now, actually, I would like to know if there's any way that we can do something with our commander so that when he's in this mode here, he does like sicko things, right? Like we already have City on Fire, which is pretty cool, right? Is there any way it like we could do Basilisk Collar? I think is too little, right? Like Basilisk Collar is too cute for what we're trying to do. Harmonic Prodigy. Oh, we have the Prodigy in here. We have the Prodigy in here. I guess having Harmonic Prodigy and Veyran is already enough to say like this guy does double damage, and then City on Fire. Yeah. It is funny that he could get lifelink. We can make one of the lands in this deck the give lifelink land. I would sooner put Witch's Clinic. Oh, cool. We're literally just thinking that. Yeah. I agree. Witch's Clinic is better than Basilisk Collar in a deck like this. Okay, so one more card. What's like the final like card on top of all of this? We could just run in like one Niv Mizzet. The newest one, I think. Cryptic Command. Cryptic Command is funny. If we did Niv Mizzet Visionary, whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you may draw that many cards. We would actually deck ourselves out, and it would be really funny. Yeah, I like Cryptic. I like Cryptic Command. Perfect. And there we go. That's the last card that we needed. So with this, just small little Izzet mana upkeep stuff, stuff that kind of just goes in every Izzet deck, because we need them. Let's go over to here. Let me add those cards. Cryptic Command. Cryptic Command. So we have Jessica's Will. Sucks that we can't put Jessica in here. Like we can, but it doesn't do anything for us. Mission briefing. And what was this card here? It's a new one I'm not used to. Inspiration from Beyond. Inspiration from Beyond. Windfall. And that was it. Yeah, it was just those 5. Yeah, and then now we're at 100. Yeah, now we're at 100. We have 33 lands, but 38 with MDFCs. And I think this deck is like actually pretty cool. I think I could honestly put this deck together pretty handily. Now that I think about it, I could start playing this deck quickly. But yeah, Emperor Palamecia. He's a mana dork for our non-creature spells. The creatures that help here: Archmage Emeritus, Dragon Rage Channeler, Eris is pretty good value once we start casting a lot of spells. Harmonic Prodigy, Moraine River Regent is pretty decent 4-mana spell at the front, and then a decent creature on the back. Prompto, loving when we cast non-creature spells with doing what the deck does. Tella, Stormkiln Artist, Shin Toto, Ultras, Veyran doubles triggers our commander, especially when he's attacking on the flip side. And then Vivi. Vivi is here to be a mana battery, not to be the most insane broken thing ever. In terms of X spells, Curse of the Swine scales upwards and still gives us what we want. Faithless Looting keeps cards in our graveyard while we keep on going. Lorien Revealed is basically an MDFC. Inspiration for Beyond has flashback as well as getting cards into our graveyard. Meltdown, if we do Meltdown for 4, which is exactly where we want to be, it hits basically all of our opponent's mana rocks and none of ours. Really sick. Miss of Lorien to replicate allows us to be a 4 mana spell that we're casting. So triggers our commander and bounces a bunch of things. Mizium Mortars, one-sided board wipe, or at least one side is perfectly fine. Pirate's Pillage, Snort, Traverse Eternity. Either we draw 4 cards from our artifact mana rocks, or 5 cards from the one legendary creature that's 5-drop here. Seagate Restoration could be a land, could be a big giant spell. Vandal Blast to overload means that we pay 5 mana for it. Will of the Jeskai, Windfall, allows us to do the wheel thing. Big Score, Blue Sun Zenith, Filocat Blast. Apparently Improvise pays 4 mana. I did not know that, but apparently it does. Hey, Steel Cities. How you doing, bud? Thank you so very much for the raid. Appreciate you. The 18 Raiders. Big ol' hype and hypes for all of you. Caltron, good to see you. Indomitus, hi. Abzan, hi. We're actually just finishing up going over our Final Fantasy II deck build, the Emperor of Palamecia. I am actually probably going to build this guy myself because I actually think he's a really, really cool design. We focused on having mana value 4 or greater non-creature spells. It is it Spellslinger, but we do make sure that we get a bunch of big artifacts that can help us cast all of these spells multiple times a turn, ideally. City on Fire is a pretty good way to end the game. Having basically the way this deck wins is getting instants and sorceries and artifacts into our graveyard. We only have 12 creatures, right? It's not going to be a big portion of the deck, but our commander says when he attacks, deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. So the whole point is definitely to cast a bunch of spells. There's only a little bit of milling. We might want to change that up a little bit, but cast a bunch of spells just throughout the game, and then hey, eventually our commander just gets to deal that final blow to people, and it's going to be really, really strong. Really, really strong. Oh, we raiding all right. Yeah, our sorceries are pretty cool. Fiery Confluence. Fiery Confluence can deal 3 damage to the board, which will dodge our commander, because by the time that we're doing Fiery Confluence, we'll have enough +1/+1 encounters. But we still get to deal 3 damage to everyone else. Jessica's Will. Snort from the Final Fantasy Precon is actually pretty funny here. Another wheel card. Jessica's Will, a wheel card, and lets us have flashback for other things. I like Fumble. In the world, especially if we're going to go up against artifact equipment wielding precons, every single cloud deck is going to be ideally pretty folded to a Fumble. So we do be liking Fumble in this house. Drawn in Dreams is probably excessively good in our deck, having X and then 2, so however much mana we want to pump into this card, it's going to be great because we're going to draw that many cards and then mill twice that many cards. So this could be a card that we play, put a bunch of mana into it, and then swing with our commander that turn and actually just straight up win. We could just straight up win from this card. Fact or Fiction, Gifts Ungiven is here, still proving itself. March of Swirling Mists. We wanted to do quite a couple MDFCs in here. It's a 33 regular land deck, but 38 when you can include the MDFCs. And then 2 Flash Givers with the Leyline or the Vidalcan Orrery. And just a bunch of 4-mana mana rocks. Just a bunch of them. Gonna allow us to play a lot of cards. But yeah, I think this deck is really sweet. I think I can I really think I can throw this together. Just gotta get like the Final Fantasy cards. I probably won't get my hands on the VV, but I'll replace it with like the One Ring or something like that. But this is pretty sweet. This is pretty freaking sweet. And then I just get a big graveyard and defeat my opponents through damage. It'll be great. I wonder how quickly we can get 40 cards into our graveyard, you know? Like 40 cards into the graveyard. How quickly can we do that? I mean, it's not like our opponents are going to be at 40. This is a deck that definitely relies on our opponents to deal damage to each other, and then we just have to deal like 20. You know what I mean? I think this deck tries to get to 20 instants and sorceries in our graveyard, and then swing for that final bit. Not necessarily try to get 40 in our graveyard as soon as possible, and then swing and kill everyone. So life gain decks definitely like hurt us, but I think we can disrupt our opponents enough to kind of get there. Because we don't deal damage, like, in this whole deck. We do not deal damage in this deck. Could you run, like, a mill half your library spells? Honestly, you know what? That is a really good point. That is a really good point. What options do we have in that regard? Let's see. Let's go back a little bit to the drawing board here. Try to find some self-mill that we might want to put in. Because we did not, like, look at self-mill. We put in, like, Faithless Looting, but that doesn't quite count, right? That doesn't quite count. Self-mill. Obviously, like, I think the most straightforward... I mean, okay, we could do the Orb. Traumatize, yeah. I think Traumatize is definitely probably, like, one of the best ways to go here. So target player puts the top half of their library rounded down into their graveyard. Yeah, Traumatize allows us to, like, probably just win the game, right? Like, we can have our commander... So, like, turn 1, card. Turn 2, commander. Turn 3, mana rock. A 4-mana mana rock. Counter on our commander. Turn... Next one, right? Turn 4, 2 spells. Just something that sets something up, like just a setup spell. Depending if we have to tap our commander. If we don't have to tap our commander, we can play Traumatize, maybe another 4-drop or more spell, and then just swing. Cut your losses as well. 6 mana but gets the job done. Cut your losses. Target player mills half their library rounded down. I mean, no, I think this is actually really, really smart. I think we do need to have actually some more bigger swings in here. Cut your losses. What else? Does self-mill super well? What other cards are like Traumatize? Also, thank you very much for the follow. Lithoform Engine? Oh, I see what you're saying. To like double the trigger of our commander. We have 2 creatures in the deck that do it. The Harmonic Prodigy, which costs less than the Lithoform Engine, and Veyran, which also costs less than the Lithoform Engine. The Lithoform Engine would be 4 mana, and then also 2 in order to like copy it. I think we're good. You know, like we only need to like double it so much. Yeah, Psychic Spiral. Shuffle all cards from your graveyard into your library. Target player puts that many cards from the top of their library into their graveyard. So, I'm trying to imagine... So, like, for 5 mana... You know... I mean, because I don't think our graveyard's going to be that big on turn 5, right? But, like... Oh, whenever we cast this. So, for 5 mana, we shuffle all of our cards into our graveyard and then mill that many cards? I don't know how much that helps us, though, is the thing. It's like such a 50-50 on if we actually have more instants and sorceries in our graveyard or not. And I just don't think that we're gonna do that super well. Yeah. Not feeling the Psychic Spiral. There has to be other cards like Traumatize. other cards like Traumatize? I know that they tried to cut down on cards that made you mill your own deck. Like, they really tried to cut down on that. Have you looked at Grind Clock? Oh. Also, hi, KJ. Grind Clock. Put a charge counter on Grind Clock. Target player mills X, where X is the number of charge counters on Grind Clock. Okay. I need someone to tell me. I need someone who plays Grind Clock to tell me. Is Grind Clock still playable in modern day Magic? Like, I know we're milling ourselves, but like, is Grind Clock still, like, does that still matter? Those who are only half. Mesmeric Orb would be next on the list. Damn. Riverturn Monument. Let me look at that one. I don't necessarily want to do... I would try to avoid everyone mill just for the sake of like avoiding buffing up another player, right? Because like this deck is actually like it's really trying to get to its own thing so that it can like win as soon as possible. It's not really interrupting other people that fast. So if we can avoid Mesmeric Orb, because it makes, you know, it might make that graveyard deck like just kind of hit like way faster than we can do anything with. I want to avoid that, but like Mesmeric Orb does mill us cards like that. It doesn't not do that. But is there nothing better, you know? Grindstone. Yeah, I looked at, oh, Grindstone. Grindstone. Target player puts the top. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. How much is this card? Like $6. Okay. Pay 3. Target player puts the top 2 cards of their library into their graveyard. If both cards share a color, repeat the process. That's pretty okay. It's only a 2-color deck. Like that's super doable. That's possible. We only have 38 lands. Shit. That's, yeah, we don't have any like hybrid cards like at all, which is pretty interesting. We have Veyran, and Eris. Yeah, I mean we have a couple, but yeah, that's doable. Curse of Unbinding on yourself. Let's see. Curse of Unbinding. 7 mana spell. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, that player reveals cards on top of their library until they reveal a creature. Oh, 100%. Yep. That is an amazing pick. Good job. Really, really good call. Really, you got to be subtle with this one, right? You want to be subtle with this Curse of Unbinding, but this is one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, turn 1, whatever, turn 2, commander, turn 3, mana rock, trigger your commander. Turn 4, play Curse of Unbinding on yourself, trigger your commander. Next turn, because people are just like, oh, whatever, why'd you do that to yourself? Next turn, mill half your deck, bunch of, you know, there's only 12 creatures in your deck. We could reduce that too. And then you pay 4 mana on a spell, flip your commander, swing with your commander, and do a crap ton of damage just right there on turn 5. Like, you could win on turn 5. And I think that's beautiful. Honestly. Straight up. I think that's great. Ooh, we should do like Otherworldly Gaze, you know? Otherworldly Gaze is like a good 1-drop kind of self-milly thing. Yeah, we really like only have to do so much in this deck to kind of like really get there, you know? We only got to do so much. What more self-mill do we have? I kind of like Grindstone, not gonna lie. I kind of do like Grindstone. We could also take an extra turn if we really want, but I don't think we necessarily want to. I mean, like, we're, you know, like, one extra turn is just one extra turn, but... And any card can do that. But self-mill. Give me one more big self-mill card. One more. We could do... Is there, like, a flashback? Increasing... Increasing confusion could get the job done, right? So, like, we could pump a lot into X. Again, like, this could be our third and final spell to flip our commander. And we can get an incredibly high amount of cards in our graveyard. And then suddenly, boom, you know, we're doing tons of damage. Tons of damage to our opponents. And we can flashback it too. Like, if this card ends up being milled, even better. We can otherworldly visions on, like, you know, a previous turn, and then increasing confusion. Boom, flashback for a bunch. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking this is pretty good. I'm thinking these are, yeah, I'm thinking we gotta put these self-millers in here. Yeah, we definitely gotta put these self-mills in here. We don't even really need our commander to be unblockable. Our commander doesn't need to deal damage. Our commander just needs to swing. What about Drown and Dreams? Yes, we do have Drown and Dreams. We do have Drown and Dreams. Drown and Dreams is in here. Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot Curiosity would actually work on our commander, which is dumb. Someone said Prof's eidetic memory. No max hand size, 2 mana, beginning combat turn, drawn one more cards this turn, X counters. Yeah, no, we don't need all that. We don't need all that. I think this is good. I think we did good here. I don't think there's any planeswalker. Oh, we could wait. Hold on. Isn't there a Jace planeswalker that makes this mill? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, target player mills 20 cards for Jace Beleren's -10. Okay. That's... No? Okay, wait, but chat. Okay, wait, but, what if hypothetically, Jace Memory Adept, the one from Tarkir, Stillness and Motion. Oh, that's a good one, Hikumba. Yeah, Stillness in Motion. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards, and if your library has no, yeah, blah 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 blah. But 2 mana at the beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards. That's actually sick. Do you have a lot of draw in this deck? So yeah, let me show you what the deck looks like so far. So the answer is yes, but we can always use more, right? So like, there's only 12 creatures in the deck. Honestly, we can take away the Meringue River Regent. So there's only 11 creatures in this deck. And honestly, we can take away Eris, Roar of the Storm. So there's only 10 creatures in this deck, right? And they're all, you know, I want to have some Final Fantasy representation in here, so those aren't leaving. But like, you know, they're pretty standard, right? Jace's Erasure, does that help us? Does that mill us? Curse of the Swine. Blah, 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 blah. Let me show you also the commander so you can see the front side there. We could use some more draw. Yes, you can target yourself with it. That's crazy. Chat room? That's crazy. Jace's... Whenever you draw a card, you may have target player put the top card of their library. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's really cool. That's actually sick. Whenever you draw a card. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. We might be... We're not retooling the deck entirely, but we might be retooling the deck a little bit. We might be retooling the deck a little bit. Yeah, let me see. Mill cards, mill 3, return an instant. We don't really even. Yeah, this is not a bad card, but I don't think we need it versus what we're getting here. Meltdown's good. Pillage. Yeah, discard, draw 2. Yeah, most of our draws are like from like, discard the card, draw things, but that's fine. We're just filling up our graveyard regardless. Miss of Lorien. Return target non-land permanent and each other non-land permanent with the same mana value as that permanent to its owner's hands. So like 2 and 4 would be bad for us, which I don't know if we want to do. Snort, discard, draw 5, fine. Draw cards, probably either mainly like this is mainly draw 4 cards because most of our artifacts are 4. Like most of our, because we have like a bunch of mana rocks that are all like 4. So usually this is pay 4 mana, draw 4 cards. Fan of the Blast, Windfall. Oh, I mean, we do wheel. Yeah, we do wheel sometimes. Drace, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, we wheel and draw 5. Oh, shit. Yo, wait a minute. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Oh, God. Okay. 5 damage, excess treasures. I mean, that is pretty good. It is removal. We do need some removal in here. Consider. I feel like Consider can be traded. Oh, Consider has flashback? No, Consider is just Surveil, draw 1. How much better is Consider versus that one drop? Otherworldly Gaze. Happy Pride. Otherworld. Phyrexian Jace also self-mills. How good is that mill? Otherworldly Gaze. Surveil 3 for 1. Oh, we don't draw a card from that, though. Yeah, we do need to literally draw cards. Okay. Like 15? No, sorry, mana. Like, oh, wait, what? Jace. Okay, that was dumb. That was dumb of me to only just do that much. Is it any of these? Which one is it? Which one is Phyrexian Jace? Memory Adept. Memory Adept, yeah. Target player mills 10 cards is kind of hot. Yo, again, I'm telling you, it's just like on turn 1, because remember, our commander taps for non-creature spells, right? So, like, we have a guaranteed mana rock on turn 2. Turn 1, land. Turn 2, commander. Turn 3, mana rock. Okay, trigger commander. Turn 4, depending on, what you play, it's like, we can get, like, another big card out on turn 4. Doesn't really even really matter what it is. And then turn 5, Jace Memory Adept, flip commander, mill 10, hit for damage, like we can do stuff like that. Perfected Mind. So we'd have, in order to trigger our commander, we do, oh, well, no, can be paid for, if life was paid, I feel life, yeah, this is life instead of mana, whatever. Target player mills 3 cards, if a graveyard has 20 more cards, and then draw 3. Oh, shit, what the fuck? Wait, that's cool. Oh my god. Oh. Chat, we might have been building this deck wrong. No, this is hot. So then, if I added the cards we were just looking at, so like, what's that? If we looked at here, Curse of Undoing and Traumatize and Cut Your Losses. Cut your losses. Traumatize. And Curse of Undoing. Unbinding. Okay, now we're milling ourselves. Now we're really milling ourselves. And I find it beautiful. Oh, damn. There was that one card I rejected because I felt that we didn't need to bring cards back to our hand anymore. Um, yeah, this is sick, actually. Do we even need Thought Scour? I don't even think we need Thought Scour. Back from a bit of ladder grind? Nice. I think that we just need, like, offer. You can't refuse. So that people can't interact with our commander. You know? Like, I think that we just need... Like, because we have, what? 14 artifacts. Which is kind of a guarantee that we're going to get at least one of them in our, like, pretty early hands, right? Ideally, Santa Vidalcan Orrery. Or I guess the boots. Okay, so we have 12 artifacts that matter. But as long as we just keep our commander protected, and then we play these big giant spells that make us just mill half of our library, I don't even... Honestly, because our deck is so consistent, I don't even want these. I don't even want this flash stuff. Because I think our deck can just do messed up stuff really early on. How goes things? Pretty freaking well, I gotta say. Jace's Erasure. Jace's Erasure. Yeah, whenever you draw a card, you may have target player mill one. Yeah, so I can draw cards. I mill one. I'm kind of really about this deck now. I'm even more about this deck than I was before, which I didn't think was possible. Good job. You two came in clutch at the end of the night. Thank you so much. Damn. Yeah, this is kind of sick, actually. Kind of sick with it. We can always one ring ourselves and all that cool shit or whatever. We could run like Mirror Mad Phantasm, which would be kind of funny. We could run Hedron Crab. Mirror Mad Phantasm does sound kind of crazy though, right? Like, wouldn't that be just kind of wild? But it sounds kind of fun though.
Incoming raid from Nerdon with 4 raiders.
Hey Nerdon, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid from. Tolarian Wind, we can discard our hand and draw that many cards, just like because. I don't even have Frantic Search in here. Draw 2, discard 2, untap 3 lands. We could technically go up in mana. Well, it is only 3 mana though. I'm so on the grind now for self-mill cards. But I don't think there's too many. Decaying Time Loop we can cast from our graveyard. There's a lot of, like, you know, red, like, discard your hand, draw that many cards, but I think that's, like, strictly bad, because, like, we're not really always going to have, like, that many cards in our hand. At least in my mind we don't, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Or I'm just never wrong, and I think I'm just basically never wrong. We could run we could put Seize a Day in the graveyard too, just so we can have an extra combat, right? But I don't. It's like meh. Tome Scour. Okay, yeah, chat. You kind of came through at the last. You definitely came through clutch with these ideas. Yeah, having a self mill package in here is actually pretty important. So I'm glad that y'all came through with that. And I think like with that, we're like actually pretty good. I actually don't think I need anything more. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, Stillness in Motion, Stillness in Motion, Stillness in Motion, Stillness We're testing Kuro. Did you include Unity of Purpose? What the fuck is Unity of Purpose, bro? Oh god, you're right. I should have put Unity of Purpose in here. Because then my commander can I can play Unity of Purpose, tap my commander for it, and then untap my commander, so then I can swing with his ability. You're so right about that. Unity of Purpose is crazy here. Rejoice, we found a way to use Unity of Purpose. Auto flip commander, period. I hate you. No, that's not how that happens. You cannot be serious. That's how that works. Oh my god. No. Put A+++ encounter on each of up to 2 creatures. Nerd. Get out of here. My commander needs 3 counters. Support 2 is how many creatures? How dare you be wrong? Making me have faith in the world for a second. How could you? What can I get rid of? I need to get rid of 1 card. I'm thinking the Bottle Cap Blast, but is Bottle Cap Blast an instant? Okay, at least it's an instant. That's pretty good. We do need some form of removal here. It's probably Ether. It's probably Ether. Which sucks, because, like, it's a mana, like, it's an artifact. I kind of didn't want to go down on artifacts, but we do a lot of goofy shit now. Okay. Alright, I think this version of the deck is sick now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. So the topics that we went over for this deck, yeah, but you only get to use 1 of either, which hurts. Which one? The artifacts? What was I talking about? Doing goofy shit? We also get Jace. And Jace is funny. And I have a Jace Perfected Mind that I've never been able to use somewhere, and now I can, which is even funnier. But yeah, so the topics that we went through for this deck specifically, let's see, we found like really good 4+ mana non-creature spells that, like, you know, are really helpful. A lot of them were the artifacts. MDFCs in the deck are pretty cool because in our graveyard they count as non-creature, non-land things that will trigger our commander, but they count for lands when we need them to be. So that's awesome. We thought about maybe messing around with tax cards, like cards that make spells cost 1 more to cast. So therefore, all of our 3 mana spells, and for our opponents, right, like it slows them down. Our 3 mana spells now cost 4 mana, and therefore we spend 4 mana on them, so they trigger our commander. We thought about doing that, but it's like making our 4 mana spells cost 5 isn't worth it, right? Like that part's not worth it. So we might as well just like hyper focus the deck on being like that at that 4 mark than trying to force more mana into it. X spells, we have a couple X spells in here, like just spells that kind of scale throughout the game with you, and you can put as much mana. Like, hey, Blue Sun Zenith, we can make Blue Sun Zenith flip our commander just by playing the X equals 1, right? And then like now we're just like doing the thing. Or hey, it's late game, we can pump everything into it, right? And still trigger our commander, but now we have a lot more cards to deal with. Drown in Dreams, outrageously fantastic. I do like Everflowing Chalice as a very good optional spell. Seagate Restoration, a multiple dual face card, and hyper expensive. It's whatever we want it to be throughout the game, right? And then Curse of the Swine, right? So that's pretty good for the X spells. Vehicles, no, we didn't do vehicles. We did artifacts just in general. we made sure that we had like pretty much every 4-drop mana rock that matters. Which is, you know, perfectly fine. Like, you know, Arlo Generator, Chalice, Firemind's Vessel gives us Izzet every single time. Like, we do kind of like take a vacation when we play these things, but remember, our commander himself taps for a non-creature mana. So turn 3, we're playing these 4-drops, so then the rest of our game is just accelerated from that turn forward, right? So it's super worth it. I also like this Ring of the L'Cie. So like if you know someone's gonna like come and murder you with their big giant commander, you could just go like boop. No, you know. So yeah, artifacts mainly being mana rocks. Some enchantments that we have in here. Shark Typhoon, because again, like our spells kind of scale throughout time. We do eventually get some creatures to block with. Spiteful Banditry. It's like when we do this for pay 4 on this and deal 2 damage to the board, our commander will have enough counters on him to survive, right? Stillness in Motion, really good, just like 2 mana constantly and constantly mill ourselves. We're always casting our commander on turn 2, so this is more of a turn 3 play, but I mean, turn 3 and another card. Jace's Erasure. Every time we draw a card, we're gonna make ourselves mill. Chat was really smart in reminding me that self-mill is a concept that we should do. It's not just draw, discard. It is like self-mill will actually do more work for us. And we've put in a lot of cards that can technically, depending on how things go, how wacky things get, we could just win the moment we flip our commander, right? Like, as I keep saying, turn 1, land. Turn 2, commander. Turn 3, play a big mana rock, trigger our commander. Turn 4, play another big spell, trigger our commander. Just do some setup, right? And then turn 5, traumatize, right? Mill half of our library. Flip our commander, swing. I'd be hard pressed, since there's literally only 10 cards in this deck that don't and lands, right? But like half of our deck is in the graveyard. That's a crap ton of damage that we're doing to them out of nowhere, right? Like turn 5, it's just where we might just win the game. Same with Cut Your Losses, right? It's just like target player mills half their library rounded down, us. We target us, and then we swing with our commander. Boom, crap ton of damage. And then same with the Curse of Unbinding. At our upkeep, reveal cards until we reveal a creature card. We only have 10 in the deck. Only have 10 in the deck. We are probably going to get enough cards in the graveyard to smack the entire table for a crap ton. And then City on Fire, right? Like City on Fire. And we have mana rocks, we have some creatures. Cast this baby, flip our commander, swing, whatever damage we're going to do. Now there's triple of it, right? And some of the creatures we have double our commander's abilities as well. Veyran, Harmonic Prodigy, all of those just make our commander do even more damage. So I think this deck is really cool. We have what, 16, 20, 12, right? So 26, 38. We have 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. We have 44. We have 44 cards, and the 2 planeswalkers. So 46 cards in this deck that could wind up in our graveyard and deal damage to our foes, right? The maximum that we can deal, like baseline, 40. And then you add Harmonic Prodigy, so we get double triggers. You add City on Fire, triple damage, all of that sort of stuff. So there's a lot that we can do with this deck. And we do just kind of want to protect our commander until we get to the thing. Ideally, I think our commander is so low attention that most people will not just kill the Emperor on like turn 1, 2, and 3 or 4, because like he's just a little guy. He's literally just a little guy. And then out of nowhere, you just have a crap ton of cards in your graveyard you just beat people with, and that's how you're gonna win. I think this deck is sweet. I'm gonna build this deck for sure. I think it might be the first of the Final Fantasy decks that I have. Alrighty, it is midnight. It is time for me to slumber. Thank you so much, chat. This was a lot of fun. I had a blast. I know that we only got through 2 decks, but honestly, that's me in a nutshell. I'm honestly not even sad about it. I'm not even gonna apologize. Good night, Wobbler. Thank you so much for your help as always. Have a wonderful night. Oh, and tomorrow, chat, I got into the Final Fantasy Arena streamer event, so we'll be playing that tomorrow. So I'll like leave work early, and we'll be playing Arena all day. All right. And then Thursday, I believe is going to be more of these deck builds. So we only got Final Fantasy 1 and 2 done. Sorry, but we'll be kind of trying to breeze through some more. I'll probably try to have some topics done beforehand. All right, chat. Let's go over to who amongst my friends are playing Magic, Magic the Gathering. Zbex is opening Final Fantasy. Yeah, I think we'll go over the Zbex. Alright, we're gonna head over to Zbex. Chat, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you as always. I'll see you tomorrow for some Final Fantasy Arena. I don't know what we're gonna play. I have no idea what standard decks look like. Maybe we can build a Emperor of Palamacia deck. Teehee. A Vivi deck or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But chat, I'll see you. Have a wonderful night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Alright, TikTok, have a wonderful night. Appreciate you. Super helpful today. Everyone's super helpful today. You guys are great. Bye.